like a band, sitting the bang. She wanna melt in my mouth, dripping down on my hands. So goddamn, if I had one wish, I would wish it was bad. Play hard and play it hard. She played the trumpet in the car on the way to a job in the top. Fake dreams and hey, please, I need these. I'm knee deep, I can't feed my damn kids. Water trapped in the corner. I wonder what she gonna do when she figure if she's ever gonna see the big picture. I ain't talking about the one she want for Christmas, talking about the one to who nobody listens. If you're looking at the feet, you see blisters. I sleep well at night, I'm a tall mister. We look the other way and say we're good Christians.
Yo, what up, doe? What up, doe? What up, doe? What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Tay Biz, man. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What up, doe, man? Yo, we in the building. We in the building. We in the building. We in the building. Steph JK said, "Oh, I thought I was late, but I'm on time right now." You on time for sure. You definitely on time. Look here, man. Look here. We are here. We in the building, yo. We are in the building, man. I'm gonna listen more people come on in. You know what I'm saying? But your boy, I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling good today, man. I know it's Monday. You know, normally I try to live stream on Wednesday, Thursday, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes on the weekend, man. But I had to do it. I had to come on in today and see what's lacking with everybody. Abundance and clarity. What up, doe? What up, doe? Biz Nation in the building. Everybody standing up saying we in here, man. We in here, man. We are in here. We are in here. I missed y'all too. I'm serious. I have missed you all. I miss live streaming, having fun with you all. Again, that particular sickness that I had lasted for a minute, and it had your boy sitting out for a minute. I mean, I was trying to come back a little bit and hit with a couple of things, and then it just went right back to kind of being sick. So I wanted to make sure that I was good all the way. And so I'm here. I'm back. We ready to rock. We ready to roll. We dropped a video over the weekend. I hope y'all saw the video over the weekend. We had a new witness in the Sean Diddy Combs grand jury testimony, man. You know, and so the grand jury in Southern District, New York, a gentleman by the name of Courtney Burgess. A lot of people call him Courtney B. He is in the music industry. He started back in the days with Big B, and he was back in the day where Diddy started with Uptown, Andre Harrell, and all those guys and stuff like that, and Heavy D and Kim Porter, of course. Kim Porter was also a part of the Uptown, and he was back in that era. You know what I'm saying? So he's a talent scout. He's also a manager and stuff like that. But he had some stuff. He had some evidence. He had some flash drives. He had some things that he was able to render over, I guess, to the prosecution, to the state. And so last week, Thursday, I believe he had his grand jury testimony. And so we did a video because he had an interview with a news company called News Nation that's on YouTube, I believe. But also he had another interview with, I think, Sean Atwood that caused him to get subpoenaed by the state, by New York, and by the prosecution. And then all of a sudden he had to appear in court. They had to send the marshals for him because they were trying to get the dates together. It was mad crazy. It was mad crazy. But yo, again, I miss you all. I appreciate you all holding me down. even in the midst, I appreciate y'all holding me down, holding me down, holding me down. I thank you so much. I thank you so much for that. Let's see who else is in the building. Natasha says hello, Tay and Steph JK. What up, though, Natasha? How you doing? How you doing? Oh yeah, it's good to see the family, everybody talking to each other. You know what I'm saying? Like up the video on your way in. That's all. Look, I know. Listen, I've been out the algorithm for a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna have to build my audience back a little bit. So be patient with me. Be patient with me. You know what I'm saying? I just need a little patience. I'm gonna get it back. I'm gonna get it back. We're gonna be in the building. Don't worry about it. We about to grow. We about to go to another level, a whole nother level. Okay. We about to go to a whole nother level, man. All right. Hey man. Hey yo, KP, I appreciate you, dog. He said, bro, we in here, dog. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Yo, it's a couple things we're gonna have to talk about today. Okay. It's a couple things we're gonna have to talk about today, man. I'm really, hey, we gotta kick it. Yeah, it's about to level up. It's abundance, know what I'm talking about. It's about to level up. All right, it's about to level up. We about to have this is the end of the year. We about to go into a new year, right? We're about to go into a new phase, a new era. You feel me? And so we about to do some things, man. We're gonna get a lot more stuff going on. The other channel I'm working on that starts next season. Listen, we got some stuff, man, that we brewing right now. And so I'm glad I'm feeling better. I'm glad I'm ready to rock. I'm glad to be able to be part of the fam. Steph JK again, hit like, share, helps the Biz Nation algorithm more than you know. Absolutely. Even though I'm not monetized anymore for the time being, you know what I'm saying? For the time being, I believe we'll get back to it. But just liking and sharing, commenting, your participation in the chat, all those things matter when it comes to the algorithm. So I definitely want you all to just go ahead and flood the chat. And let's get it popping. There is some stuff. Again, I haven't been too much doing anything with the YSL trial lately. Of course, I've been keeping up with it as much as I could, also with my schedule as well. Candace Williams, shout out to Candace Williams, who is a pioneer of the channels that are the young channels, the quote unquote small ones. You feel me? It's all good. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't gonna be small too long. But check this out. Candace Williams been doing her thing, man. I gotta give her a clues bomb real quick because she has been doing her thing. She has been doing her thing, man. She has been at it every single day, even after the plea deals happened and all that kind of stuff. She's still rocking out to it. Very dedicated to this case. And very dedicated to making sure that everybody has the same information or the right or the correct information that they are supposed to have. So shout out to Candace Williams once again for that. I've been keeping up with her. I've been keeping up with she goated for sure. She definitely goated. I've been keeping up with a lot of people on X and things of that nature. The plea deal with Young Thug, you know, he is home. The 15-year probation situation going on that he has now. He has been, you know, it's been more than 48 hours, I believe. And so I don't believe he's in Atlanta by the probation restrictions here. He's banned from being in ATL metro area for a minute. So, but I did want to, before we get started with the meat and potatoes, because we got to get into this conversation that happened on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show. We got to get into this conversation. Candace Williams, Marc Lamont Hill, Lord Jamar on the panel with Piers Morgan talking about Diddy, Kamala Harris, Trump, all kind of stuff. Listen, Candace Williams Candace Owens, as much as, you know, some people do not like her. There's a lot of people who got her back. You got to respect her perspective, even if you don't totally agree. You got to respect people's perspective. That's the one thing about this channel that a lot of people know about me, is that I respect everyone's perspective. And if I am not in agreement with someone, I'm listening to understand them. So that way, and if we agree to disagree, that's cool. But at least I gave the conversation a full, mature effort in trying to understand the person. being dismissive is a cowardice way of deflecting conversations. Okay, hard conversations need to happen. They have to happen. They have to happen. When you in a relationship, you got to have some hard conversations. All your conversations ain't gonna be Jolly Ranchers and Kit Kats. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta have some type of hard conversation. You got to have a mature intent to understand somebody, so that way you can actually have the conversation where you need to. I gotta give Candace Owens her respect for her perspective. I mean, do she go a little bit too far at times? It's possible. But there are things that I agree with her. There's the things I'm like, you know what? I don't know. So that's eating the fish, spitting out the bones, right? You gotta be able to be mature enough to eat the fish, spit out the bones. Otherwise, you're gonna expose your immaturity. Then nobody want to talk to you no more. You feel me? Oh, your boy is back. Your boy is back. I gotta drop a couple gems while I'm on the channel. You feel me? Your boy is back. All right. So, this is the reason why I wanted to deep dive into this, because again, I'm always challenging Biz Nation. You know what I'm saying? My thing is provocation of thought. You know, challenging your maturity level, challenging just to see what's going on with you. You feel me? We got more people coming in. What up, though? Marcella saying, hey, Tay Biz in chat. You know what I'm saying? The conversation is my favorite part about the Tay Biz chat. That's what's up, Steph. I appreciate that. Even Natasha said, I'm not a fan, but sometimes I agree with her. That's what I'm saying. I'm not like a Candace Owens disciple. You know what I'm saying? But some things she spit about, I'm like, ooh, she left facts on the table. You feel me? And walked off. You know? She left facts on the table and walked off. But we're going to get into the conversation because it's a balanced conversation, because it's got Lord Jamar in there. It got Piers Morgan. It got Marc Lamont Hill, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. And so it's a lot of people that favor certain people when it comes to panel discussions. But we're going to get into that in a minute. Even Abundance said, do I agree with everything? No, but I do have to give her props when she's right. When she is right, she's right. You know what I'm saying? It's just like your parents. You know, when your parents is right, they're right. You may think they may not understand, but they right when they come to certain things. You feel me? So, and she stands on business about what it is that she believes and talks about too. So I gotta respect that. But before we get into that, though, you know what I'm saying? Before we get into that, and I appreciate everybody in the chat, I want to talk a little bit about the post interview after Young Thug's plea deal went through. I know a lot of people saw it between Brian Steele and the Honorable Brian Steele and the Honorable Keith Adams, but I wanted to talk about something. Keith Adams, man, he went in a certain direction in that interview that really stuck out to me, and I want to deep dive on it real quick before we get into the panel discussion with Piers Morgan Uncensored. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it real quick. If you're ready for it, put a 1 in the chat real quick. If you're ready to get into it, put a 1 in the chat real quick. Let's drop some 1s in the chat real quick. I'm sorry, I did also change the time on the live, so a lot of people just coming in, they about to start coming in at 5:45. please forgive me. You know, please forgive me as you come on in, because I'm telling you, you know, I was like, man, let me go ahead and kick this off early because I forget it is Monday, and football. If anybody knows me, I'm a football fan, and Monday Night Football comes on tonight. So I gotta make sure I give myself some time to talk about some things. All right. So we got some 1s in the chat. Let's go ahead and get it popping. Let's go ahead and check out this post interview once again. But I want us to go a little bit deep in the conversation about what Keith Adams said, because I think what Keith Adams said was spot on with his response to this whole ordeal of the plea deal and things of that nature when it comes to RICO and all that kind of stuff. So, all right, I see the 1s in the chat. Coming through. What up, Deja? Deja Jones in the beat. DJ, can I call you DJ, or do you want me to just call you Deja? Let me know. She said, hey, TB and chat, what's good? All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this. Again, we're gonna look at the whole thing. It's like a 14-minute post interview, but we definitely want to get into what Keith Adams said. The Honorable Keith Adams said something powerful that I think that we should just talk about real quick. All right, let's go. Let's proceed. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
RINSTEEL.
And I'm Keith Adams, KEITHADAMS.
Hopefully everybody can hear that, right?
Talking us through the decision to make a plea and just help today.
Sweet.
Well, this was excruciating because hopefully, in our collective opinion, Jeffrey would have been found not guilty of everything. So this is very painful. But that's another 3 months or so in custody. And he wants to go home to his family. And negotiations totally broke down with the district attorney's office. Horribly broke down. And at that point, we believe that justice would be found with the honorable court. And Jeffrey just wanted to go home. How agonizing it is to know that we've spent a year trying a case where the prosecutors have put on lies, knowing lies, hiding evidence, is insane in 2024 in the United States of America. And the only reason that this got revealed is because of you people. You people brought the truth to the community because nobody knows this. This is not the only courtroom it's happening in. And I just want to thank all of you. I especially want to thank Jeffrey for letting me represent him. I think he's a wonderful person who does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater. I cannot express to you how Shaquille Kokomo, how Trisha Renard, how Haley, how my wife Paulette, how Graham,
Not
how
the
countless
little one.
people, but especially Miss Courtney Edwards, has worked without sleep for 3 years representing Jeffrey.
Sweet.
Helping him. I will never be able to stand with anyone more ethical, honest, hardworking, insightful, intelligent, and kind than the Honorable Keith Adams. The gentleman to my left is the best lawyer in the country.
Yo, the way I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, if you are ever in a situation, if you ever feel like, you know what, I'm just not my best self today. If you got a Brian Steele in your life, he will pick you up, man. He will definitely encourage you to be the best you ever been. I'm telling you, this dude right here is awesome. He's awesome. And I remember doing a live one time where we kind of went back to the interview that he had with one of the local channels in Atlanta, talking about Young Thug and how by the time your boy still got finished talking about Young Thug, Young Thug was Reverend Thug at the end. You know what I'm saying? He was Bishop Thug. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that this is the kind of lawyer you want to have. You want this kind of lawyer. The man was about to go to jail. Okay, the man was held in contempt. He had to go before the Supreme Court Justice of Georgia to get it off of him. You feel me? So look, shout out to Brand Steele right now, man. But I'm telling you, the way he set up your boy Adams for this was just awesome. All right, let's continue.
Negotiated in good faith at all during any of these negotiations? Let me take this one. Let me answer that. The short answer is no. This is a case that possibly could have been resolved if folks were reasonable. But we did not believe that we could enter into good faith negotiations with people who wanted a case resolved in a manner simply to save face. And Jeffrey Williams was not going to say things that they wrote for him, that they wanted him to say, that was their theory when it wasn't true. And so good faith, no. I don't believe we were ever really negotiating in good faith. And you've been here the past year that this case has been on trial. You've seen the numerous motions for mistrial. You've seen the behavior of the state. You've seen the dishonesty. You've seen everything being hidden. You've seen things come out in court in front of you. And so you know what kind of prosecution we were dealing with. And that's okay. You know, Mr. Steele and I have fought through this the past 2.5 years. And as he said, we ultimately decided we were going to put our faith in the court as opposed to the folks on the other side of the aisle. And, you know, the best thing out of all of this is that Jeffrey Williams, in a very short period of time, will be home. And that's all we've wanted from May 9th,
the ladies
when they went and picked him up
man.
and have held him in jail without a bond for the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Shout out to you, Darlene Thomas. Hold on, y'all. Shout out to Darlene Thomas real quick. She's coming from Cash Channel. Everybody put Darlene in the chat real quick. Everybody put Darlene in the chat real quick. Welcome to the fam. Welcome to Biz Nation. We appreciate you. Hope you hit the subscribe button. Hope you shared this with your people. Hope you like, do all that good stuff, right? Let's go.
For the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Keith and Brian, this is either one of you can answer. Two questions for you. First off, you go into a blind plea, you don't know, right? There's nothing for sure. What was your emotions like when you guys went into that? I would imagine the conversation, you kind of take us into the room before you went out into court with the conversations going back and forth. Obviously, I know there's attorney-client privilege, but it's a big decision.
Well, I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was a decision made. And once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank the Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
Mr. Adams, this is your second high-profile RICO case here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing the statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
Okay, this is where it gets saucy. This is where it gets saucy. All right, listen to what the reporter is asking. The reporter is asking, "Yo, do you think the DA's office is abusing the RICO statute in Georgia?" The RICO statute in Georgia is way crazy. It's Mount Rushmore of crazy when it comes to accusations of RICO. You know, normally there has to be some type of pattern, racketeering activity patterns that come with RICO. A person who's being on a trial who don't have any prior convictions, I'm talking about the thug, he has no priors. like the fact that he was on trial for RICO, it is crazy. So the way they have it set up in Georgia, and I'm just saying, because I took the liberty of looking into this. It's almost like anything can be RICO. They're doing RICO with Young Thug. They're doing RICO with the Donald Trump case down there, right? And it's on hold right now. Okay. Anything goes when it comes to RICO in Georgia. The RICO statute in Georgia, if you look it up, the RICO statute in Georgia is crazy. There has to be, normally in a RICO case, there has to be some type of racketeering activity. In order to define RICO, you have to define racketeering first. And so once you're able to do that successfully, then you can have a case. They just throwing RICO out there like it's Skittles, you know? And so what Keith Adams said about this, and I want to know what you guys think in the chat about how the DA utilized this RICO statute, because they were forcing circles and squares and squares and triangles and triangles and rectangles. They was trying their best to make something stick. And Whitaker says something very interesting. He said, "It seems like you all are trying, you're building a case as you try it." And that's exactly what everybody was saying. Even when Glanville was on the bench, we was like, dude, they are trying to build the case as they try this case. Everyone said that. I said it. Everyone in this chat has said it in someone's YouTube channel. I've seen it. I've seen you all say it. Like, this is insane. So let's look at Keith Adams. He about to rock out. Look at Keith Adams. Let's go, man. Oh, shout out to Blue Eyed Hillbilly as well. One of the mods. I appreciate you in the building. Mod is in the building. I appreciate the mods in the building, man. Let's go. Mods are in the building. All right, here we go.
I have, for the 30 some odd years that I practice law, always believed that if you, as a prosecutor, think that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with the crime, you put it in front of a jury, and then you do it fairly and let the chips fall where they may. The courtroom is not the place to get adventurous, to get inventive, to think, well, we don't have evidence on him for any of these incidents, but maybe, if just maybe, we tie him up in a RICO and put him with people who may have committed crimes, we can get him that way. That's an abuse. And so, yes, for some strange reason, the Fulton County DA's office seems to be in love with RICO. And my honest opinion is that they're in love with it because it makes it easier for them to try and convict people that they otherwise could not convict. And that's what was happening here. we're fighting a mountain, reams of evidence, most of which didn't have anything to do with us. And so
look at that. You heard this man said they are in love with RICO. Anything that stick, we gonna throw it at you because we can't tie him to anything else or any other charge on this indictment. We're going to try our best to make this RICO work. I'm telling you, it's like being in a relationship where you know the red flags been there. They've been there for a long time, and you just gonna make it work because you don't want to feel embarrassed in front of your people that you chose wrong. Your boy is back. Hey, your boy is back. Isn't it similar? You know, Miss Love is probably, I'm telling you, I've never seen in real time a more psychotic prosecutor than Miss Love. So I have not seen this in real time. The way she is insane to me. It's insane to me. You know you don't have no evidence, auntie. The auntie from the cookout, you know you don't have no evidence, and you still gonna make this thing do what it do. How? You don't even your ally Glanville even challenged you and threw out your entire presentation that you had because you was trying to submit it at the last minute. You argued this man up and down all the way until the jurors came into the courtroom. I'm telling you, there you go, completely unhinged. In real time, seeing that was absolutely insane. The auntie putting raisins in the damn potato salad. Exactly. Why are you over the potato salad, auntie? Auntie Love, you need to be over the paper plates, and forks, and napkins. All right. You don't put no food on the table at the cookout. You don't know what you're doing. Now, how do y'all feel about this? Because what Keith Adams is right, 100% right. I mean, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. You cannot put RICO on this man because you can't attach him to nothing else. Now you want to put RICO on him, and it's not gonna work. RICO does not work like that. It's a specific thing. It is a specific thing. Okay, it is not. RICO is not jaywalking. All right, like no, RICO is a specific thing. What up, Gap Girl in the building saying 1. Steph saying 1, Blue Eye Hillbilly saying 1, DJ saying 1, Darlene saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You know what I'm saying? Another 1 in the chat. Like, come on now. It's obvious that they have some type of attachment to RICO. And all roads go through one Fonnie Willis. All roads go through that. So let's look at this again. Let's continue.
So is it an abuse? I think it is. There are better ways to, and I used to be a prosecutor, right? And I can tell you that there are better ways to prosecute cases than the way this case was prosecuted.
You guys obviously rejected initially what this state was going to offer. There's some details you can give us, because it sounds like from what you guys decided in court, I mean, it's still pretty stringent. There's a lot of different details, but what was the state asking for that you guys rejected?
I'm not going to get into plea negotiations because they are privileged under statute, but it was outrageous. They would let him out of custody, but they would have a tether around him so tight that it's unconscionable.
That's
how
crazy.
How are y'all feeling about what the sentencing is, especially with not being able to be in Metro Atlanta except for specific parameters, and how is Mr. Williams feeling about that decision?
You know, we're okay with sentence. There comes a time in any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom, and now what happens to that person is entirely up to them. Jeffrey Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person. He's become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like, stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom, waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that. Obviously, he has a huge reach for what he does for a living.
I've known Jeffrey Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffrey Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as a not guilty verdict. That should have been rang. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled on his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey, go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we. I'm thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge.
That's well said. That is definitely well said. He's expressing himself in the most honest way possible. That's not what he wanted. Was it to be dropped completely. You know, I don't think Brian still wanted anything on his record with it being clean the way it was. But this was the best that could be done. And on top of that, this is something that Young Thug said that he wanted to do. So he abided by, I'm pretty sure he fought Young Thug tooth and nail about it a little bit in a sense, but he had to abide by what Mr. Williams wanted, and that's what he did. So let's continue on.
Would seem like a very sincere.
What up, though, CO? What up, though?
Apology before and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel sitting next to him, knowing him for the last decade as an attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over again.
You called out a lot of challenges in this trial based on the prosecution's points. Do you have any message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial, or what's left of this?
Oh my God, they are phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something. They've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist.
Look at this.
But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein. Those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this. I think it is wrong, and it needs to be fixed, that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. I think it's an abuse to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO to do this to people.
Is it fair to
They're using the word abuse. They're using the word abuse. Let's talk about that real quick. That word abuse. I want to really talk about that. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. So abuse is a compound word. Really, it's abnormal use put together, making it abuse. So it's an abnormal use to something. This is the reason why people use the words like alcohol abuse or physical abuse or things of that nature. It's abnormal to use something like RICO in this manner to make something stick against a guy who's never done anything for real. Like, yeah, did he smoke some weed? Did he have some, some drinks? Yeah. Did he do some stuff? Yeah, probably. Yeah. But to do what they were accusing him of, no, there is no evidence of a pattern or any activity that shows any consistency with this type of behavior. But because he's Young Thug, they're gonna give it to him. And then again, what did Brand Still say? What did he say? He said because he had the resources. What is he saying? What is he really saying? He got the money. He got the money. It's about the money. It's about the money because that's what Whitaker said at first. $20,000 here and whatever amount of money. I mean, it's like over $100,000 worth of stuff he got to pay for. On top of the fact that he has to do these charitable things or whatever, which he was already doing according to Brand Still. But my thing is that it's about the bread. I keep telling people the court system is a debt collection agency. It's a DCA. It's a debt collection agency. He said 40. Oh, you said 40K? Okay, KP saying 40K. So that's 40K. That's 40K on top of what has been spent every day for the last 2 years. This is the reason why I couldn't understand the Fulton County budget. Remember the live? Remember the live I did when we talked about the Fulton County budget? And they took money from the inmate commissary to the inmate benefits. They took money from that. It was like $2-3 million, $4-5 million. They took that money to put it somewhere else. It's about the bread. I don't want y'all to get it twisted. Every time you get pulled over, it's a potential debt they trying to collect. They create a debt and then give you the ticket to tell you to pay it. And then you got to pay it, and you can fight them tooth and nail. Officer, I had my seatbelt on. Officer, I was doing 35 in the 35. Officer, I was doing 40 in the 35. Whatever. I was only 5 miles over. Can you forgive my? No. This ticket right here is a receipt to tell you to pay for something. It's a debt. That's all it is. It is a debt. Everything about court has to do with debt. Even when you get convicted and you got to go to prison, it's money. Private prisons is a real thing. I'm going to talk about private prisons one day live. I'm telling you, we're going to talk about private prisons one day. And I'm telling you, it's an investment. This is all this is. I'm being dead real with you. This is all this is. It was about money. You know good and hell well this boy ain't done nothing for real. Not to constitute a trial. No, you did this to do what? To get money, to push your political aspirations, Ms. Willis. You did that. You put somebody on the stand that you funded their campaign, Glanville. She funded Glanville's campaign for him to become chief Superior Court Justice, you know what I'm saying? And what did he do? He screwed the pooch. Okay, he got too power trip happy. He got real crazy with it to the point where he tried to throw a fellow attorney in jail. All because you did something you weren't supposed to do. You had an ex parte meeting, bro. You weren't supposed to do that. And he found out about it. You like, how you found out about it? You didn't even deny it, bro. This is the crazy. You didn't even deny it, bro. You know why? Because you can't deny it. And then on top of that, what happened? Let's move it to somebody else. And then all of a sudden, you got Whitaker. And then Whitaker, she had a little bit of up and down with people because she's connected with Fonnie Willis. They cool. They all connected. What I keep telling you, man, it don't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. It's a game, people. It's always been a game. They all know each other. Brand Still also funded her campaign party one time. I put the flyer on the thumbnail on this channel. I put the flag. It was Steele. It was not. It was Harvey. They all do it. They all have a political. They all have a budget that they can use to support other people in political positions, like a judge, like a district attorney. They all have it. This is a game. This is not no, oh, they're against this one person and that's it. No, no, they are playing a game. All right. This is all it is. Court, I'm telling you, court and getting put over by the police, I'm telling you, is debt collection agency. That's all it is. All it is a debt collection agency. That's it. When you get pulled over and they give you a ticket, that's a receipt to pay a debt. That's all it is. That is all it is. And that's all it's going to be. That's all it's going to be. They don't care nothing about anything else. This whole trial was about money. This whole trial was about money. I'm telling you, man, it's ridiculous how they do things. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. All right, we're going to keep going. We're going to finish this out real quick. It's only like a few more seconds left. We're going to finish out, then we're going to go into the chat. All right, let's go.
Say you don't believe justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that. Think about your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving to another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys.
All right, that's the end of that. That's the end of that real quick. But yo, how about that, right? Keith Adams exposed the abuse that the DA office is always using when it comes to this RICO statute. They are not trying to abuse it. They are abusing it. They are abusing it. But like I said, the court system is nothing but a debt collection agency. That's all it is. They want that money. They want that money. Have you noticed, even in the Diddy situation, what they do? They season his assets. They freezing his money. They do. Why? Because they want it. They want the money. When they collect evidence, when they do a raid, or when they go into the trap and get all the money from the trap, or whatever they doing, they put that money in evidence somewhere, and they put a label on it and call it evidence tape or whatever. And that money and all, and the gun and the cocaine and everything is sitting in the evidence room. Sitting in the evidence room. That's what it's doing, because it's all about collecting the debt. Who's going to pay for it? Yes, somebody lost their life. Yes, somebody got arrested. Yes, somebody going to prison for life. Who's going to pay for it? That's what it's all about. They playing a game with us, man. That's all they doing, is playing a game with us, man. Let's go ahead and get into the chat real quick. I see a lot of people come. There's a raid going on right now. It is a raid going on right now. I want to say, well, first of all, let me go ahead and just show love to everybody coming through. Let's see who it is in the building. All right, we got. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, look at it. Cavell O said, now we see why Long Body Love wanted Jeff to forfeit property seized. Yeah, that's money. That's all it is monetary value. DCA to replenish the bread they spending in Fulton County. There it is. Debt collection agency. That's all it is. They're going to get it from somewhere. They abuse the budget, and then they make you pay for it again. It's almost like a double, triple, quadruple tax. You're getting taxed on everything else. And on top of that, if you're getting pulled over and you know you wasn't speeding, they're going to make you pay for it. It don't even matter. It don't even matter. It don't even matter. Whitaker was hella wishy-washy. She really was. All politicians want money. That's all they want. That's all they want is money. Nola Hipster Vegas living. What up, though? Here from Cat Williams. Go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel, because we get it in over here, man. We have good dialogue. We have good discussion. We have a little fun, but we have a little bit of education at the same time, a little inspiration, a little bit of everything, man. We trying to make a cake. You can't just have one ingredient. You got to mix it all together, and that's what we kind of do over here. Cavell said facts. That's why Paige blessed Jeff. Absolutely. It's about that money, man. So hello, y'all. Linda B. What up, though? Linda B. What up? I said, Neil. Martinez and Sandy. Cat Ray. What up, though? Cat Ray in the building. Linda said, love the hat. I appreciate it. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate the love on the hat. Thank you so much. A little fedora, man. You know, I'm really from Detroit. You know what I'm saying? I don't live there anymore, but I'm really from Detroit. So, you know, we kind of do things a little different around here. You know what I'm saying? Cat Raid is up in the building. Let's go. Steph JK said, yay, hey, my Cat Not Williams family. Glad you're here. Kick those shoes off and hit the like button. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, speaking of the Cat Not Williams family, there she go. Boop. Boot, there it is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in. Hey, I was just giving you some praise on how you've been keeping up with everything when it comes to YSL. Like I was telling everybody, your boy was down with a sickness, and then I was trying to come back a little bit, and it still was hitting me a little bit. And then got a little bit busy with work and things like that. But we are finally in the building. We are going to go ahead and continue with Tay Biz TV. We are back, baby. We are back. All right. Steph Jenkins said, yeah, stay with a good head. I try to, you know what I'm saying? I try to. Nancelot 13 say, hey, Tay Biz TV, I love that hat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Said I had a little cat on the phone and Tay Biz on the top. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Let's go. Let's go. All of the love is in the building. Mons in the building said, hey, Mons, how are y'all doing? That's what's up, man. Now Tay Biz on the TV. Tay Biz TV on the TV now. Hey man, I appreciate you, my boy. I appreciate you. KP always in the building, man. Represent. Said Tina P said they didn't seize Trump assets when he was charged with RICO. Well, they kind of could. You can't seize what you can't really prove that you got. Again, that's a rich man move. That's a rich man move. Rich people move differently. I'm talking about wealthy. Wealthy people move a little differently. They move a little differently. Trust me. Follow the money, you'll follow the crime. All right, Tay Bizzle, tell a Bizzle. What up, though? April O'Neill's baby. April O'Neill's baby daddy is in the building, man. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. You know, Delilah Carpenter said, hey, Cat, send me over here. Let's go. Let's go. I appreciate you coming. As you come on in, subscribe to the channel. Okay. Hit the like button, share it. Because we about to get into this other conversation, right? We about to get into this other conversation that happened on Piers Morgan. Man, it's about to be, we gonna see what's popping. They talked about a lot of different things on this panel discussion. We gonna see what it is. Some people might not like it, you know what I'm saying? Some people are very biased, you know what I'm saying? They have a bias, and I'm one, you know, I have a bias in certain things. And there's some people that are a little bit more open to understand. Then there's some people that have a little bit of both, a little bit of bias, a little bit, and I got some to understand. So I kind of mix those things together to see how I can go ahead and render a result of my own thought. And that's cool. That's what it's all about. It's about having a conversation. Mother Pitbull, those pit bulls are beautiful. Somebody put pit bull in the chat. Can somebody put pit bull in the chat? Put mother pit bulls in the chat. That show love real cat. Cat Not Williams invasion. Let's go, man. Let's go. I definitely love that. I love that. I love that picture. Yeah, the gang is here. Let's see what else we got here. Nasalon's in the building. Sean Hines said, just sub. I appreciate you, Sean. Let's go. Let's go. Darlene Thomas said, I sub. We showed Darlene some love, and now she sub. Red Bunny saying, what up? What up, doe? What up, though? All right, I'm done. Shout out to Red Bunny real quick, man. Shout out to Red Bunny. I have awesome hats too. Well, I want to see them. I want to say, email me. You know, taybiztv@gmail.com. Email me some hats. See what's going on. See what's going on. The more you say something in the chat, the better. You feel me? Y'all, let's help Tay Biz algorithm. Let's get the likes up. Let's go. Get the likes up real quick. Again, I was kicked out of that. I was kicked out of the algorithm a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Your boy wasn't putting up no content for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I was a little bit, dang. But I'm good now. I know, fam, when I see it, I'm from Detroit too. Let's go. Detroit stand up. Everybody put Detroit in the chat. Stop playing with me. Put 313 in the chat right now, please. Okay. We need this to happen. We need this to happen. Okay. Put 313 in the chat because that's what it's about. It's about Detroit, baby. It's about Detroit. Even the Detroit Lions are playing good. We 7-1. Even the Detroit Lions out here cold with it. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Not take quote disturbed. Let's go. Let's go. Red Bunny said, I miss you. You got your Detroit Gators over there. Listen, my Detroit players, here's to my Brooklyn in Brooklyn. They're right. Right. All right, let's go. All right, let's continue. Let's go. Let's see who else we got up in this board. Let's see who else got up in this board. We got so much love in the chat right now. I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, for real. I really appreciate it. My people said, thank you, at Biz. They're my baby house hippos. I feel it. Look, pit bulls get a bad rap. Pit bulls are great dogs. Pit bulls are great dogs, for real. People abuse them. Abnormal use. They abnormally use them. Okay, that's what it is, right? So that's what it really is, man. She said, "Say to us, hey, you know, had a little something on me real quick." Oh, let's go. Hey, what up, though? Destined to be in the building. Let's go. Shout out to Destin. Everybody put Destined to be in the chat. I appreciate you. Everybody put Destined to be in the chat. Let's go. Okay, new subs. What up, though? New subs in the building. Factual Lie. Shout out to Factual Lie. What up? Let's stand up, man. Let's stand up. Yo, it's so much going on. We sliming. We got Gerald Eller. We sliming out of here. You know what I'm saying? We in the building right now, yo. Let's go. Detroit 313 in the building. Shine Hines putting 313 in the building. Yo, I'm a guest of Cat Not Williams. Marcus White. We appreciate you. Everybody put Marcus in the chat. We appreciate you, man. MW, Marcus White, however you want to do it. Let's put him in the chat real quick. We are doing this. We are doing this. We are doing it. He said 312. I got you 312 in the middle. Let's go 312. Let's go. Let's go. I'm for 407. Let's go 407. What's 407? What is 407? I've seen that before. What's 407? Somebody let me know. Chicago. Chi-Town in the building. Let's go, Chi-Town. Let's go, Chi-Town. Yo. Tay Biz, when are you getting your monetization back? So this is the deal with the monetization, right? So I did an appeal, and the appeal was reviewed, and they still denied the appeal. So I have to wait until Christmas to actually reapply for monetization. Again, I believe in my heart of hearts, I believe it was that Diddy video that I did, where they was like, okay, we got to cut it off. And I was hoping that they would just strike the video, not the whole channel, but they decided to do the whole channel. And so I edited my channel a little bit, cleaned up some things. So we're going to see how it goes. We're going to definitely see how it goes. Marcus White, I was just in Michigan. I got 2 traffic. See, debt collection, man. This is what I'm talking about. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I appreciate you. Steph JK say, still demonetized. Show the love here. Cash App. Let's go. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Big babies. Big old babies. That's them pit bulls, big old babies, man. That is what's up. That's what I say. Tay Biz, we over here sliming in your chat. Hey, I'm with it, man. I am with it. Let's go, man. We slime deep. We slime. We deep, man. We deep. Yo, I really appreciate it. Oh, 407 is Orlando. Wow, that's what's up. Rep your city, man. Rep your area code, man. Where you from? 716 is New York. I'm from New York. Got 100 clip. I'm New York. Okay. Orlando, Florida in the building. I was in Tampa Bay about a couple years ago on vacation, man. Beautiful place. Beautiful down there. YouTube's like, yeah. Cat, I feel you. I feel you, Cat. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But it's all love. Yeah, man. Why YouTube be on some other stuff, man? Arizona in the building. AZ, put AZ in the chat for Delilah. Arizona is in the building. What's 607? Tell me what 607 is. Look, when you put your area code, put your city next to it. Look at St. Louis in the building, 314. Connecticut 860. Look at you. Come on now. 225, bro. Okay, gotcha. I was born in Tampa Bay. Okay, gotcha. 314, born and raised. Tay-Biz, your ex. Yes, I am. Actually, my ex account is Tay-Biz TV. It's the same thing, the same name and everything. So I'm on X as well. I'll be rocking on there sometime from time to time. 318 in the building. Look at this, man. This is love. 418. What is 418? Please let me know what 418 is. We got people from everywhere, man. Philly trapped in Pittsburgh. Let's go. Look at that. Texas Breed living in Cali. There you go. 541 Southern Oregon in the building. We West Coasting, we East Coasting. Look, it's a lot of people that's falling off with us because we just showing love, but it's all good. 607 is New York, I believe, right? I think so. I don't know. I really don't know about New York like that. I don't know. We're gonna see. All right. Quebec, Canada. You from Canada? Shout out to Canada in the building. Oh, Canada. Yeah. Shout out to Canada in the building. Let's go. Quebec. Yo, it's so funny. When I was a young lad, right? when I was in grade school, back in private school, back in military. No, no, I went to Quebec one time for a field trip. My French class, I took French in, I think this is 6th or 7th grade. In my French class, they did a field trip. We did like 2 days in Quebec. And this is where all we could do was speak French for everything, like for our food and, for to talk to other people and stuff like that. So it was a very, very great experience. And also I had a chance when I was younger too, also to visit Toronto, and I went to the CN Tower. Oh boy, listen to me. The CN Tower is no joke. First of all, the whole stem of the CN Tower is just the elevator. Okay, like let's be clear here. It's glass, so you're seeing yourself go up. All right, and I'm telling you, it is mad crazy. All right, mad crazy. Yo. I love seeing all the love and make me want to start a YouTube channel. Go on ahead, just go on ahead. If you got something to say, go on. Like your boy Lee, he was telling people all the time, like, look, man, if you at a certain age in life, he was like, I don't even know what you're doing with yourself. He was like, go ahead and start your YouTube channel. I don't even know what you're doing to yourself. You got something to offer. You got some things that you know that you can present to the world that matters and makes impact and it makes sense. So go ahead and do it. Have the confidence. To do it. Let me tell you something. I was very reluctant. I've had this channel for like, man, when did I get my Gmail, this email that I think that I had this channel attached to? It was years ago, clearly a decade for real, honestly. And just this year, in like August, I just started dropping videos and started talking about things that I wanted to talk about. And I do have a second channel. It's called the Mailroom Network. Just a little plug real quick. You know what I'm saying? The Mailroom Network. And, we are revamping that channel. You know what I'm saying? We doing some things differently with the channel coming up for the next season. But there are some things, because the channel is not just it's myself. It's my other two brothers, Rallo and JB. And it's our channel. So there's certain things that maybe I want to talk about, but they may not feel comfortable about me talking about on the channel. So because it's our channel, but I got my own channel, Tay-Biz TV. So I just started revamping my channel. And then I just started going ahead and dropping videos. And the biggest video I dropped was when Woody talked about his jail experience over the weekend, going from decab to full county and all this kind of stuff. It was crazy. He was on what's the lawyer that he said you fired? What's her name? What's baby girl name, man? I can't remember her name right now, but he was on her channel and he talked about it. And so when I dropped that video, I'm telling you, it was like I had like over 60-some thousand, 70-some thousand views or something like that. It went bananas. And then a lot of people started Kayla Bumpers. There you go. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kayla. Miss Kayla, attorney. And so I continued on. And so now recently I had the sickness and all that kind of stuff, but I'm good now. But again, just go for it. You know, just go for it. Don't worry about how it come out yet. Like, have fun with your channel. It's your channel. You know, when you're brand new, you're gonna make mistakes. See, I have experience with my other channel, so I kind of bridged some of my ideas to my own channel and just kind of made it my thing. But I'm telling you right now, if it's your thing, it's your thing. You know what I'm saying? And so do your channel, man. I encourage you to do it. Do it small steps. You know, hey, do it on. Hey, if you can do some weekend stuff, do some weekend stuff. You know what I'm saying? But and then when you're able to do it during the week, then do it during the week. You know, sometimes a lot of people like myself, there was a time where I would record videos and stuff on the weekend and just schedule them out throughout the week and just have them drop. You know, I'll be at work and then my video drop, you know. So it's so many ways to do this, you know what I'm saying? So hey, yo, hit me up on taybiztv@gmail.com if you have if you got any startup videos you want, startup ideas, I'm saying, that you want to do on your channel. By all means, Darlene, you feel free to email me. I will definitely get to you. I promise you. I definitely get to you. All right. All right. Okay, I done talked enough. I see the chat is going crazy. If you're ready for the next part of the live, let's go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat right now if you're ready to go ahead and get this popping, because I'm telling you right now, this right here is so interesting. Very, very interesting. This is the email right here. Very, very interesting. All right. The panel discussion is between Candace Owens, is Marc Lamont Hill, and Marc Lamont Hill and Candace Owens. They did a dialogue one time on Candace Owens podcast, like some years ago, and they was talking about gender being a social construct. I'm telling you, oh my God, I don't know if I couldn't believe the laughter. I mean, I was laughing so hard, like this conversation cannot be this difficult. It just can't, you know. And so I mean, sometimes I appreciate you, April O'Neil's baby daddy, for subscribing to the Mailroom Network. Thank you. I'm telling you, it was kind of crazy. But this right here, they're going to talk about a few things. They're going to talk about the Diddy situation. Again, I'm going to probably be doing live on Wednesday, either Wednesday or Thursday. I'll schedule it and put it on the channel. But I'm going to go live because the recent grand jury witness, Courtney Burgess, who was able to receive the original manuscript of Kim Porter's memoir, and he also had evidence of, this is what he's claiming, he has evidence of sex tapes from the freak offs. He was a witness to testify. He was subpoenaed to testify to the Southern District Court in New York before the grand jury. Okay. But there was a podcast that he did that caused him to be subpoenaed. He got subpoenaed, came to court because the marshal had to bring him in, came to court, testified. Then he had an immediate hearing afterwards because he had to render over some of the flash drives that he possessed, that he claimed he possessed. And I dropped a video on it over the weekend because TMZ asked him some questions. And then he was on News Nation, and I went over that interview where they went a little bit, not in depth, not too in depth, but in depth enough to whereas he did mention certain things. It is triggering because he did mention minors in the interview. So please, if you watch that video, please know that it is a triggering moment where it's even mentioned. And for some people, even if you mention it, it has them go into a certain mind frame. And I totally understand. Some people can stomach through things like this. Some people cannot. And if you can't, I understand. All right. But we're going to go ahead. FFS in the building. Everybody put FFS in the chat. We are going to go ahead and get started with this particular panel discussion. Okay. KP said, if you ever have time, watch Candace Owens and Cornel West. Okay, cool. If you can, KP, if you can, send me the link to taybiztv@gmail.com. If you can, send me the link, bro. I will definitely watch it. 'Cause I get intrigued by conversations like this, man. I think it is I think it's well needed. And I don't think we have I think everybody's just scared to talk, man. It's like they're scared to be themselves and say what they really, think, and this is in order for you're going to offend somebody. If you are a thinker, you're going to offend someone. You're not going to be able to satisfy everybody if you're a thinker. You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about who you offend or don't offend. Just speak what you need to speak. Make sure you present it in the way that people understand it, and it should go well. If not, then it is what it is. All right. I'm about to go ahead and get this video started. And let's go ahead and get this popping, man. This here is Piers Morgan Uncensored, and we're talking about they're going to talk about the Diddy tapes and how, I believe somebody mentioned that everybody knew about this. It's the same thing when they talked about R. Kelly. Everybody knew what R. Kelly was up to back in the days, and nobody said nothing. It's one of those things. And so they're disputing that and going back and forth with that. So, at the end of the day, it's all good. We about to have this discussion real quick. Let's go.
The next US president will either be an accomplished state prosecutor and senator or a billionaire real estate mogul who served 4 years in the Oval Office. At least that's how I and many other people see it. But the laws of identity politics, this is actually a contest between a mixed-race woman and a very privileged white man who's intrinsically racist, and race has inevitably become a lightning rod in this election. This week, Kamala Harris said that she's open to taxpayer-funded reparations for slavery.
Yeah, they do
she
talk
also
about that
unveiled
too.
an opportunity agenda for black men, which included legalizing weed and offering 1 million forgivable loans to black business owners. Most black voters will support it, nobody doubts that, but she's on track to win a much smaller share of black voters than Joe Biden did in 2020. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is on course to make substantial gains amongst black voters. In a little while, we'll debate why that is. But first, we're going to focus on P. Diddy, whose scandal deepens daily. Already facing federal charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering, Sean Combs has been hit with a slew of new civil lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault against 6 victims, one of them a 16-year-old boy. Well, to debate this, I'm joined by the host of the Candace podcast, Candace Owens, and the host of Bet News and Upfront on Al Jazeera, Professor Marc Lamont Hill. Welcome to both of you. Candace, good to have you back on Uncensored. P. Diddy, this seems like every day the scandal gets bigger and worse for him.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I'm not surprised whatsoever. I mean, I think I was on your show before he got arrested, and I brought up what was going on with him, and because I had read through the lawsuit, and it was just one of those things that was unavoidable because there was...
Sorry to pause, but is this too fast? Y'all let me know if this is too fast. If this is too fast, let me know. I'll drop it back to normal. But if it's good, then let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if it's good. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to slow it down. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to slow it down. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm good with it. All right, I'm gonna play it, and if I see some people saying 2, then I'm gonna drop it to normal. Okay, all right. I don't want to lose nobody. That's all. Yeah, this is 1.25. this is 1.25 right now. so yeah, I mean Candace Owens talks fast. So yeah, let me go ahead and make it normal. Y'all got a good point. Let's make it normal real quick, and let's go from there.
So much evidence. I mean, there was picture documentation, there was video documentation. And I also want to be clear that the press and the media and the public at large is shocked by what's happening, but we really are just getting to the beginning of everything. There are a lot of people who have been named that have not been brought to heel, people that were above him, music executives. And none of this is shocking, really. I think, yesterday a report came out that showed that faith in the mainstream media is at an all-time low, right? I think something like 65% of Americans no longer trust the mainstream media. The Diddy case is a perfect example as to why that is. You have people that spent so much time defending this man. This man was allowed to be with every presidential candidate. He was allowed to throw parties. He was hailed as a hero. And yet behind the scenes, everyone knew that this is what he was engaged in. This was an open secret in Hollywood. In fact, when Kanye last year said that he was a Fed and started speaking about some of these allegations, he was simply dismissed as crazy. People at the upper echelons of society and politics knew about this, and they were okay with it, fundamentally because because he was acting a part. I very much believe what Kanye alleged, that he was acting a part like Jeffrey Epstein, in which he was collecting blackmail over various people that were in Hollywood. And so, like I said, we're at the beginning. We're scratching the surface of this scandal. There are some more big names that are going to have to answer for it. And I think also the silence of certain individuals like LeBron James is quite deafening. A person who claims to care so much about Black life, Black Lives Matter, on the ground, taking a kneel. Okay, that's fine. But now you have a friend of yours who has been on camera beating a Black woman. Okay, you said nothing when that happened. You also know that you have various Black people speaking out about how they were abused by him, and you have said nothing. So I don't like the hypocrisy behind that.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, Mark, there are lots of big names being dragged into this. We don't know where the truth lies with that yet. But certainly people like LeBron have been deafening with their silence for the reasons that Candace just articulated. It reminds me a little bit of Epstein in relation to all the apparent taping of videos and pictures and stuff that was allegedly going on. And we'll see what that plays out like in a courtroom. But it also reminds me of Harvey Weinstein in the sense that there you had somebody in the movie industry, as big as P. Diddy, well, I think the most Oscar-nominated person in the history as a producer in Hollywood, where everyone must have known something about him, right? I mean, I knew that Harvey was a pretty bad bully and all the rest of it. And it must have been more than an open secret amongst a lot of those celebrities and Hollywood crowd.
Did you know about Diddy, Piers?
No, I didn't, no.
Wait a minute.
Well, I met Diddy. I'll tell you, I met Diddy a couple of times. I mean, here's what the analogy I'm going to make is, I met Diddy twice for about 10 minutes. Harvey, I knew a lot better, and I knew there was an unsavory side to him. I didn't know about all the rape stuff that then emerged, but I do believe there must have been a lot of people who did know that stuff, who were around Harvey Weinstein at a close enough level to know that. And I certainly believe with P. Diddy that there were a lot of people that were going to these freak-off parties and so on, who must have known for many, many years that all this stuff was going on. That's the parallel I'm drawing.
No, I understand the parallel you're drawing. The idea that I'm disputing is just the idea that everyone knew, or that
I don't mean everyone. I mean, look, I just think a lot of people must have known.
Of course. We're not in disagreement about a few things. First, everything that Diddy has been accused of is despicable and indefensible. And I hope that he is held accountable in all the ways that are fair and just and reasonable. There are, who knows how many victims? There are lots of allegations. I have no doubt that lots of the allegations are true. And as Candace said, I have no doubt that lots of people have known for a long time. And there are lots of reasons why people didn't come forward. Some of it is good old fashioned Hollywood culture, which is people are getting exploited, people are getting hurt, people are getting harmed. But as long as it's the old boys network, we don't care. And Diddy became one of the old boys network. The old boys network isn't just old white men. It also includes powerful, rich Black men. Not in the same way, but certainly people like Diddy are in that mix. I don't disagree with that. I'm very uncomfortable throwing LeBron James's name out there as someone who knew something or has some.
Well, no, I think. To be fair, but on that, I think Candace was quite careful how she worded that. She didn't say that he knew. She just said he's been deafening by his silence, which he has. He's been very vocal about a lot of other issues involving the Black community in America. Why is he so silent? Just because it happens to be somebody he used to party with? It's just interesting.
It is interesting, but I want to caution the audience not to jump to any conclusions about why LeBron hasn't. Again, let me be very clear. LeBron should speak out about this because something awful happened, and he has a duty. I think all public figures have a duty to speak out.
I'm sorry. When did LeBron James become a public figure to talk about certain things that has something to do with court, politics? There's some things that LeBron has done and said to put himself in that position. But we all know, like, Bron is not, that's not my go-to when it comes to political information and stuff like that. Like, why are we doing it? Again, this is what objectifying people looks like. It looks like this. Like, he should say something. For what? Listen, it has nothing to do with him. he better stay quiet. Now, I do believe that he did come out to say something recently. I do believe that. I haven't seen it yet. I think Candace Owens mentioned it on her podcast. I haven't seen it yet, what he said. But the fact that there is a push like it is for someone to speak on this just because he attended a party, because he said ain't no party like a Diddy party. I mean, because a few things were said. Now he needs to speak against. And I find that ironic. And like at the same time, man, that ain't that man's business either. Okay. So him not speaking is I don't look at LeBron like he's Muhammad Ali. He's not. Muhammad Ali is a different figure. I don't look at LeBron like a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or a Jim Brown, like how they did back in those days. He's not that, y'all. You're putting too much stock in something that ain't even that. So her mentioning LeBron James to me in this particular part of the conversation, her mentioning LeBron James to me in this instance was a little bit disingenuous. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that LeBron picks and chooses when he wants to say something. He had the N-word sprayed on his house. You know, things of that nature. Things that resonate with him. He's like, yo, this don't resonate with me, so I ain't saying nothing. You know how we do. You know how black folks do. Black folk, we be like, yeah, we gonna do this, that, and the third. Then when it's time to do it, you are MIA. You know, black folks know other black folk. I've been black a long time. Let me tell you something. Until it's time to really do something, that's when you know who's who. So him not saying anything makes perfect sense to me. He was in attendance. He attended a party or two. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, him not saying nothing is the right thing for him to do in his mind. That's what black folks do sometimes. Let's not act like we don't know this. Let's not act like we don't know this. All right. But let's continue on. I'm gonna let it play. But I'm just saying, this is, come on now. Let's not be, we want LeBron to say something. To say what? To say what? Let's go.
Out against awful, morally atrocious things that happen. I just don't want to leap to a conclusion. I'm not saying Candace did, I'm not saying you did, but I don't want to leap to a conclusion that there's some other sort of reason why he may have done this. The other thing here is
I just remember I just remember.
I just need you to hear.
Okay, yeah,
go ahead, Piers. I'm sorry.
Well, the point I was going to make, just on the point you made.
All I was going to say is. Sorry.
All right.
Okay. There's just a little delay.
Let me go first. Let me go first. The point I was going to make about the
you
point,
go first. You just
made a really good point, which I want to make a point of, which is I think that the point I would make was when Harvey Weinstein went down, there was an absolute stampede of celebrities in Hollywood who rushed to distance themselves and publicly denounce him. And I've just noticed that with P. Diddy, there's been a very, very, very small number of high-profile Black celebrities, including sports stars, entertainers, and so on, who have chosen to do that yet. So there's a marked difference between the way these two scandals have played out in terms of how many high-profile people are prepared to go, this is disgusting.
Well, I think there's another thing here, right? Harvey Weinstein was a predator, full stop, right? Diddy is, based on the evidence, a predator, full stop, and some other stuff. And there are a lot of people, based on what I know, people I've spoken to, the stories I've heard, and the rumors I've heard for 20 years now about Diddy that aren't always about predation. And that's the complicated thing here, right? A lot of the
why does
details,
that make it complicated?
a lot of the gossip, a lot of the nastiness. You'll just hear me out, you'll understand.
Okay.
The thing is, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the subtext around Diddy isn't about predation, it's around sexuality. And so a lot of people aren't really outraged, especially in the hip hop community, that Diddy was preying on underage girls allegedly, or that he's beating up Cassie allegedly. Some people are just weirded out that he may have been having sex with dudes. And so there's a multiple things happening here. And so a lot of the people in Hollywood who are being quiet on Diddy, they're not being quiet because they knew he was doing something illegal. Some of them are quiet because they were at the parties, they were at the freak-offs doing freaky stuff. And the freaky stuff isn't illegal, but it can ruin your career in a society that's homophobic. So I'm saying it's a lot of things mixed in.
Okay, Candace, you're raising your hand. I think I know why, but go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you in some ways. What I would just add is it's without question because they did not know that he was recording them. I mean, when I read through that lawsuit, Rodney made it very clear that he had hidden cameras. And if you are a person like LeBron who says ain't no party like a Diddy party, you got Ashton Kutcher talking about what happens at Diddy parties stays at Diddy parties. And finally you learn via the press that actually Diddy has been collecting evidence on all of you and you don't know where those tapes are. That will buy your silence for quite some time because you're hoping that if you keep your head low, you're not going to be revealed as one of these people that was engaged in some of these acts, whether they were heterosexual or homosexual, it doesn't matter. Maybe you're just cheating on your wife and you don't want that to get out into the public. Maybe you were, as Cat Williams described it, in one of the rooms. He said you could just walk around the house. He said this on stage years ago, that you could walk around the house and you would see people engaged in various sex acts. And again, Cat Williams was someone who was dismissed as crazy and dismissed as a drug addict. And it turned out that, or it seems that if these allegations are proven to be true, and I believe they are, then he was telling the truth. And I think that is the reason that so many of them are silent, because they were doing things. They thought that they were his friend, that they were bad boys for life, and that he would keep things silent when in reality, he was just another Jeffrey Epstein typed character. And they're scared for their lives. Yeah, especially if you're someone like a LeBron James. And I'm not alleging that he is caught in something terrible, but if he was caught in anything and you're LeBron James and you've made your mark on talking about the ills of society and you have minted yourself a king and you're speaking out on the Black community and they find out you're the room over while someone's getting raped potentially, not going to look good.
Well, I just think, look, we don't know, as you say, where the truth lies with this, and we're not inferring anything against LeBron.
So her angle is we robbed, the bank was robbed, you knew it was robbed, and you said nothing about it being robbed. So that makes you a robber. Right. And then my man's was like, it could be just the fact that he don't want to be associated with the homosexual stuff because that could look bad upon him or upon anyone in this matter. So now we're going to take a chance. Now we're going to take some time away and keep some distance away from everything. So there's semantics on both ends. It's all about standard and what you stand for that would be the difference maker. So I see the dialogue and the dialogue between this whole thing is pretty good. Let's go ahead.
LeBron or Ashton Kutcher or anybody else.
Correct.
I had Jaguar Wright on, who made a number of allegations against Beyonce and Jay-Z, which we were not able to independently substantiate, which were vigorously
which
denied.
Was ridiculous that they sent you a cease and desist.
They just said these allegations are completely.
They should have sent you a cease and desist.
Well, no, I'll tell you what they sent me. It wasn't even that. I'll tell you what happened. They just said, look, these allegations are completely untrue, and we will sue you if you don't take them down. We had no way of independently verifying anything she said in relation to Jay-Z and Beyonce. Now, who knows where this scandal goes or what names get dragged in and in what way. But what it's taught me is you just have to be careful when a story like this breaks, that when we put big names into the scandal, you just don't infer they've done anything wrong yet. The only thing we can say, which is, I think, pertinent to this, comes back to what we said at the start. When people who are as normally vocal as LeBron, who can be as condemnatory as he's been publicly about all manner of issues, when they're completely silent about something as big as this, and they were good friends with P. Diddy and were at the parties and so on, you just raise an eyebrow, right? And you would about everybody. And it may well be, as Candace says, Mark, it might be a sense of unknown, not knowing what's on tape here, not wanting to get involved at all. Totally understand it. But I do remember, by marked contrast, the number of people in the Weinstein scandal who raced to publicly disown him. And interestingly, with Epstein, that didn't happen with him because he also had a lot of tapes.
It's interesting. It's an interesting point, Piers. But I mean, again, Diddy is very interesting in that for the last 30 years, he has taken pictures and partied and hung out with everyone. Yes, he's hung out with politicians, but I guarantee you a lot of them politicians, I ain't saying all of them, but a lot of them politicians had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. When you go to a Diddy party, there's levels to the Diddy party. Yeah. There's the Diddy party at the club. There's the Diddy party at his house. Then there's the after party. Then there's the after party, right? I haven't been to any of those after parties or after parties, or or any of those parties, in fact. So I'm just speaking as a researcher here and as a journalist. I'm saying that there are levels to them. So there are lots of people who go to the Diddy parties that don't know any of that. But if you find out that all these awful things happen at Diddy parties at 4 a.m., it's hard to go to the media and say, yo, I was at the Diddy party, but I left at 12. Or I was in the Hamptons, but I didn't go to the next location.
Like Stephen A. Smith said, I was at a Diddy party. And you know, but I don't know about the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you can be see, this is the thing. Like I said before, when you are a person who has a reputation, other people will be guilty by association. Now, since other people went to Diddy parties, all of them was at the freak off. That's the freak off and a Diddy party are two different things. That's what I'm noticing in this whole thing. The Diddy party is one thing, but the freak off situation, that's an operation. It sounds like an operation, which is the reason why he has been charged with racketeering, trafficking, you know what I'm saying, prostitution by transportation, things of that nature. So you can't conflate those. There's a lot of people that went to a Diddy party because they were celebrating or whatever. And then they left. They was like, okay, good. We straight. We out of here. Just because you went doesn't mean you stayed for everything. And this is what happens when we get in situations where a person who has done something so egregious like Diddy, now everybody that associates with Diddy is just like him. And like, that's the reason why LeBron James shouldn't say nothing. It's like, listen, I don't do that though. I be chilling with my wife, my kids, whatever. I don't be doing that. And as soon as you defend yourself, you start looking guilty. So at the end of the day, if you didn't do nothing, you don't have nothing to apologize for. Yeah, I went to a Diddy party and I left. But the freak off is a totally different thing. I don't even think, to be honest with you, one of the people said something about, yo, if you at a Diddy party, you better leave before 2 a.m. I think Lecrae said something like that. Because at the end of the day, just because you went and attended to a party that was at a certain time doesn't mean you went to the freak off thing. But just the fact that you was there, now you're associated with that. And that's what I'm talking about. If you know the person's reputation, don't go. Don't even go. Ladies, if you don't like the guy, don't go on the date. Don't go on the date. You don't like him. Uh-oh.
Him cook now. Let him cook.
If you don't like the guy, don't date him. If you don't rock with Diddy, don't go to his party. Just disassociate yourself entirely. Why were you even there? If you don't rock with him like that, why are you there? So at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. You got to put 2 and 2 together. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. It's like that movie Get Hard with Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell. Everything's centered around Martin. Like, it ain't that hard to figure out who's doing the money issue. Everybody knows Martin, except for you. You're the fall guy. Okay, so let's put this on the board. Let's say Diddy is the fall guy, right? Then who is the guy? If Diddy is the fall, he's been doing this for decades. You think nobody knows this? Come on now. So who is the guy? You gotta follow the money. Where all of the avenues of where his money went to, that's where you should start. Start with the money. Diageo was the liquor company who made Diddy the ambassador for Ciroc. And then as soon as he said something about, hey, We need more black people doing blah, 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 blah. They're like, hey, man, hey, dog, we made you who you are. Yo, now all of a sudden he got raided. I'm just saying, piecing it. I'm just piecing these things together. So at the end of the day, if he's been doing this for a long time, then all of a sudden it's a problem. They'll let you know that he's the fall guy. He's not the guy. He's not pulling the strings. You think P. Diddy is pulling the strings on this whole operation? Are you kidding me? He's just the big boss. He's one of the bosses in the family that just got caught. Like the first RICO trial that ever happened. The first RICO trial that ever happened against the Italian mob was against a boss. You see what I'm saying? Like, so he's not a boss. He's a capo. Diddy is a capo. He's not a boss. So he ain't running the family. He's a capo. Okay, he's a made man. He's a capo. He's the underboss. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't the boss. No. There's another boss. All right. Let's continue. I'm done, Rand. Let's continue.
Diddy party,
right.
But I left at 12. I was in the Hamptons, but I didn't go to the next location. And so I think a lot of it is fear of public relations. And I think to Candace's point, I don't think it's a coincidence that Diddy has all these strategic alliances with every single person in Hollywood, black or white. And I think Harvey Weinstein didn't have those types of relationships, so it was much easier for people to run from him. And also,
the kind of hypocrisy though, Candace, which really gets my goat with this. Take somebody like John Legend, right, who decided to rewrite the lyrics to "Baby It's Cold Outside" because it endorsed sexual misconduct, which obviously was completely preposterous. It's one of the most innocent, flirtatious videos ever made back in the 60s about a beautiful love song. And it was completely misappropriated by Legend.
No, it was rapey. Knock it off.
It's not rapey at all.
Piers.
Baby, it's cold. Do you want to come in for a drink? It's cold outside. Do me a favor. And anyway, and even if you
keep saying no, and he keeps trying to get inside.
It was harmless flirtation, which completely misconstrued deliberately by John Legend to tick all the right virtue signaling boxes. But here's my point: what has John Legend said about?
Testify to that in court?
What has John Legend said about P. Diddy? He was enraged
Absolutely
by a
nothing.
1950s video of harmless flirtation. So much so he rewrote the lyrics, Candace. But he's not enraged enough by what he's reading about P. Diddy, someone he knows well, to make any comment that I've seen so far.
Right. And that is the reason why people can't stand the Hollywood types, and rightfully so. I mean, John Legend has always been a walking contradiction. He speaks often, oh, yes, the bullying of this cute Christmas song that everybody loves, and I'm still going to play the original lyrics forever. But his wife is sliding into the DMs notoriously of teenagers and telling them they should kill themselves and offering like this small apology, like, I'm really going to take some time off and think about this. So you married a bully. You have been at so many parties, friends with these people. You constantly purport that you're fighting for social justice on every cause. Like I said, the real litmus test was the video, which Diddy owned. That was him beating Cassie on tape. Okay, so forget if you're like, you want to play the card of, well, it's innocent until proven guilty. I know people are making all these allegations, but I'm going to wait. Where were you on the topic of Cassie being beat to a pulp on camera and Diddy offering this little meandering apology
Let
about
me respond
that?
to that because
I would just like to finish, if you don't mind. You're allowed to. We don't seem like doesn't seem like there's a buzzer here, so I think I can finish my thought. But you know, and that's what has become so problematic is they are constantly virtue signaling to the public about how great they are because they're not voting for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's such an awful person because he maybe cheated on his wife 16, 20, 30 years ago, whatever it is. And they just cannot muster that same energy when they are looking at proof, which somebody comes out and says, has to take full accountability. I did beat her. That's me.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, Mark.
So here's my response. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, Candace. Again, there's a sound delay. I thought you had paused. I wasn't trying to be rude. Forgive me. We're saying that John Legend didn't respond to Cassie or to the Diddy parties. And we're saying this as if it's true, but it's not true. And so I just want to read to you what John Legend actually said in response to this, and he said it months and months ago. He said, I was horrified by the descriptions that I read before the video evidence came out, meaning he believed Cassie even before the video. He then said, and absolutely, it's something that needs to be brought to light when it happens. He said, my default stance is to believe women when they make these accusations and to make sure that we do whatever we can to support women. He also said that he was specifically horrified of this. And then he said, regarding to the other Diddy stuff, he said what he's accused of is shameful. And he said all the other victims that have alleged that he's abused them, it's quite a shame for them too. I really just want accountability and healing. So I think this is an opportunity for us to say, this is why we shouldn't jump to judgment. We're on international television, castigating John Legend for not doing the very thing that he actually did. Then all I had to do was type John Legend Diddy, and it came up first. So you guys owe John Legend an apology if you don't edit this.
Yeah, okay, so here's what I would say to that. It's right that you've pointed that out. My understanding is that were comments he made back in May, not since we've had the raft of charges against Diddy, which is what I'm talking about. So there's been nothing. It's been a deafening wall of silence since the charges. That's what I'm talking about.
We were just talking about Cassie. We specifically just said he didn't say anything about Cassie.
No, I think, look, Candace was talking about Cassie. He clearly did make a statement in referring to that, and that should be acknowledged. So that's fair enough to point that out.
I actually did not see the statement that he made about Cassie and read it in its entirety. So if I missed that, I'm more than happy to own it. I did not see him make a statement. And typically when he makes a statement, it's everywhere. So I guess they just hadn't picked up on what he said about Cassie, and he did great. I'm glad that he's one person in Hollywood who said something, because that was the most troubling for me with LeBron James. I'm like, we actually have video evidence of this. Like, everybody should be saying something about this if you purport to care about women. And him and Chrissy Teigen are typically very loud on topic, his wife especially. So if I missed that and he said something about Cassie, good for John Legend. That makes he and I are on the exact same side on that. But it's not enough that it's just John Legend. Like, there needs to be a lot more people in Hollywood that are speaking out about what's happening.
Let me ask you,
there's
Mark,
a race piece to this too, though. Can we talk about the race piece to this? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was literally about to ask you about that. So you go ahead, Mark, go on.
Because it's really fascinating here, right? So we're saying Diddy does this awful thing. Again, Diddy, despicable, monster, no defense of Diddy. We're asking all the prominent black people to speak out against it, right? But there is never a call for white people to denounce no one says every white guy who's ever met Harvey Weinstein needs to say something.
Yes, there was. Of course there was.
No.
Literally everyone who ever worked with him was asked to condemn it.
I mean,
and most of them rushed to do it.
Hold on. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when we start throwing race in it. This is what happens when we start throwing race in it. Everybody knows that when they was coming for Harvey's head, they was coming for Harvey's head for real. Now, this is the thing, though. So even back in the day, right, you had Jerry Lee Lewis, you had Elvis Presley. What was their thing? Underage girls. Same thing. And they made Elvis Presley the king. They called him the king, not realizing and not, listen, Roy Hamilton. Everybody look up Roy Hamilton when you get a chance. Elvis Presley learned how to play the guitar from a black woman. Okay? Took the style and everything and made himself the king. Got crowned the king. This is not even my opinion. That's facts. That's actual fact. All right. This is what happens when you throw race into it. This is what it's about. This is how they get you charged up. Harvey Weinstein was getting murdered as well. So this is the same thing in this is the same movie, different actors. Okay, this is the same movie, different actors, dog. Look, Jerry Lee Lewis, what did he do? He married his little cousin. Look. That was when I was with Priscilla at 15. Hello. I mean, the issue, the race part is not even the main issue, because we always talk about race and how certain races get treated, which is fact. Okay, which is fact. All right. Let's be clear. It's fact. However, in this day, it's amazing how when it comes to relationships, nobody wants to talk about traditional stuff. Like like if you listen to somebody talk about relationship, they're like, oh, this staying home and being a housewife, that's slavery. That's not real. That's not real relationship. That's slavery. Oh no, I don't want to do that. You know, I gotta provide and protect. I gotta do this, man. Do you want me to be a traditional man? We got all these talking points, right? and we don't want no tradition at all. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to stuff like this, man, when it comes to race baiting like this is where we want to hold fast to the slavery notice, to the slavery disclaimer. And now because not because Diddy going through something. Now all of a sudden they want to compare it to Harvey Weinstein. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now we want all the black people to give the same energy to Sean Combs like they did to Harvey Weinstein. Black people didn't care about no Harvey Weinstein. Black people didn't care about no Harvey Weinstein. I don't even know why they even bring it. Black people barely knew who he was. Black folks barely knew who Harvey Weinstein was. Everybody know Diddy. Everybody know Diddy. So who you want? What you want us to do with this Harvey Weinstein comparison? There's nothing we can do with the comparison. Black folk didn't care about Harvey Weinstein. They didn't even know who he was until this happened. Black folks just found out that Harvey Weinstein was cool with Oprah Winfrey until he got exposed to being a creep. I don't understand the race bait that they do. It is so cunning. You got to really read into the fine lines with it. It is so cunning, man. I'm telling you. This guy right here. And see, the thing is that you want people to do something they not capable of doing. Brian is not capable of speaking up for a whole race of people. He not built like that. Michael Jordan ain't built like that. You just want people to do that because they got money and they famous. That don't mean they qualified. You're not qualified to speak for my people. You're not qualified to speak. Just because you got bread and you famous don't make you qualified to speak on the behalf of a body of people. You're not our leader. We don't look to you for justice. Do you all look to LeBron James for justice? Really? This is the reason why I don't even understand. Again, this is the reason why, and that's the reason why in this instance, in this particular dialogue between Marc and Candace got the upper hand. Because Marc is going back to his liberal mindset when you can't compare Harvey Weinstein to Diddy, bro. When it comes to black folks, you can't. Black folk don't care about Harvey Weinstein. We didn't even know who the man was. Like, stop it. Again, they love to play a game. They love to play a game, and it ain't gonna work with me. No, like, stop the comparison. This is totally different. This is hip hop. Hip hop affects all cultures. Hip hop is a worldwide impact. It's people in France right now who's trying to be the best rapper they can be, all because they heard Drake talk. Like Drake is a rapper. I'm telling you, man. This is not what that is. So come on now. Let's go.
Piers, I want you to listen to what I said again, because you just disagreed with the point I did not make. I didn't say that everyone in Hollywood was not challenged to address Weinstein. I said there's a race piece to this. And people, by virtue of being black, are asked to denounce Diddy because they're supposed to be representing blackness in the black community. I'm saying that white people, by virtue of their whiteness. No.
Hang on.
That's exactly what Candace. That's exactly what Candace just said.
I said, no, Mark, hang
Candace,
on.
not you.
I'm not saying every black person has to comment on it because they're black. I'm saying I've been struck by the fact there is a massively smaller number of high-profile black celebrities who have spoken out comparative to what happened when Weinstein went down. So you're right that there is a race element to this, but it's the reverse one. Hang on. Let me finish. It's the reverse point to the one you're making. It actually is skewed against the white guy. He got more of a lambasting from celebrities than the black guy who's done arguably worse stuff.
I wish I had the same race goggles. It's amazing, Mark, that you always see a race angle here. The reason why I specifically called out LeBron James and these types is because they themselves are wearing the same race goggles. They purport to be the superheroes in the black community, that every time there's some sort of a social injustice playing out against the black victim, they use their platforms to speak out about it because they say, oh, it's so unfair that black people are not being believed. It's so unfair. Hashtag George Floyd, hashtag this person. So if you are going to assert yourself as a leader, when black people make claims before they're proven in court, this might be a good time to do it. When you have a man who had so much power in Hollywood and you just have an onslaught of black artists coming out saying that they were victimized by him, it might be a good time to use your platform. I'm calling out the hypocrisy and the double standard of that. If LeBron James had kept his mouth shut on every other issue and said nothing, I wouldn't be like, hey, why is LeBron James being quiet on this issue? I'd say he doesn't typically weigh in on anything. So it wouldn't make sense to put pressure on him to do it. That would be the scenario in which what you are saying would make sense. It's the exact opposite. I'm saying keep the exact same energy that you have had on every other black issue when it comes to your door and it pertains to a friend of yours that you were partying with. I think that's pretty sensible.
Yeah. Mark, where is
do you mind if I respond to that?
Sure.
Because I just there are 3 points that were made that I'd like to respond to. First thing is, I'm rejecting the narrative that I've introduced race into this conversation. The conversation
you literally
about
said
race,
you wanted to bring race up.
You did.
You literally said, I want to bring race up. You literally started the conversation about race.
You did it.
All right, I'm going to ask you to allow me to finish a sentence uninterrupted the way you have, Candace. Then you can hear why you're actually not correct. Hear what I'm saying. When I said I want to bring race into this, it was in response to the point that Candace had made 5 minutes prior. When you watch this on TV, y'all, or on YouTube, rewind it, and you'll see this. When she said LeBron James has spoken out for the black community, right? And historically, but isn't saying anything here. That was the first time that race was mentioned. My invocation of race was in response to that. And as you conceded just a moment ago, when you disagreed with me, you were saying that you weren't asking all, you were saying that there's a relatively lower response from the black community on this issue than prior issues.
Not black community.
Again,
don't misquote me.
Race,
not black community. High-profile celebrity.
Black celebrities. Fair enough.
It's a much smaller part of the community.
I agree with you, but the fundamental point here is when I said I'm introducing race, it was to respond to a claim that was already racialized around LeBron James 5 to 10 minutes prior. Now, to actually address the issue that I was responding to, because I didn't introduce race into the conversation, the idea here for me is when Harvey Weinstein does something, Hollywood has to respond. When Diddy does something, black people have to respond. Now, I happen to believe that as a black person with a public platform, an athlete, an actress, or a journalist, we should respond to the Diddy thing. I don't think that we should ignore our responsibility.
What are you complaining about?
Communities. I'm okay, but my complaint is that when black people don't do it, we are criticized differently than when the white guy doesn't do it. So
hang on. Mark, I'm sorry, but the idea that people were running around asking random white people in the street about Harvey Weinstein is ridiculous. They're not doing it.
I didn't say that.
And they're not doing it with random black people in the street either.
I didn't say that.
I'm talking.
That's a straw man. That is a straw man.
No, it's not. The straw man argument is you.
Random white people.
No, you are conflating.
I didn't say random white people. I didn't say random white people in the street. I said white people in Hollywood.
Hang on.
I said white people in Hollywood.
You are
white people in the street.
I understand, but I'm conflating two things.
That's not the same.
I'm conflating.
I know you are.
High-profile black celebrities and high-profile white celebrities and how they responded to Weinstein and to Diddy, and it's been very different. The volume of white celebrities who denounced Weinstein was far higher than it's been with Diddy.
And my response to that is, when Weinstein happens, people didn't say, hey, where are the high-profile white Hollywood celebrities? What they said is, where are the high-profile celebrities? Where are the Hollywood types? They were asking Will Smith as much as they were asking Heidi Klum. When it comes to Diddy, they're only asking for black people.
Well, hang on, Candace, hang on. Again, Mark.
Hang on, I didn't finish the sentence yet. Let me finish the sentence before you disagree with it.
You're wrong.
Piers.
Candace.
Okay. My man is about to crash out. Dang, bro, chill. Yo, hey, yo, man. Marc Lamont Hill about to crash out. Dude about to crash. I understand why, because he keep getting cut off, man. But dude about to crash, dog. He has a vein in the head that's like an invisible vein. It just won't stop. Like, chill for a second. So he's going off. Like, this is insanity. Listen, man. So I need him to relax for a minute, because his articulation is lacking right now, man. But he makes a valid point. I think the problem is just in my observation of this, my humble observation. I think the problem is the fact that they want to pin a narrative against someone based on just the race of them, instead of the actual quality of what that wrong is. For an example, like, okay, Diddy did something wrong, so now everybody that's black should have the same energy that it had against white people. But the problem is, like, the issue is that most black people don't care what white people do. We don't really care. We don't care about it like that. We really don't. We as a community, we tend to mind our own business. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but black folks, we tend to mind our own business. We don't really get into y'all stuff. We don't really, we don't do that. Everybody got their own thing. I think that the healthier dialogue would be based upon the standard of something. Standards is not based upon race. Standards is based upon quality of belief. And if you base something on standard instead of race, then you can actually make more impact. The race implication is like it doesn't matter, man. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, if I'm in the hood, right, and I see an Hispanic dude and I see a white dude fall off their bikes, they both fail to me. I'm not gonna be like, oh man, that white dude fell. Like, I don't care. Like, that dude fell. You know what I'm saying? And either I'm going to help them or not, based upon my own conviction of who I am as a person. I'm not going to who I am as a person. I'm not going to have that rely upon my race, is what I'm saying. Your standard of who you are is raceless. It's raceless. It is raceless. The standard of who you are as a person is raceless. It doesn't matter. Diddy had white women, black women, Chinese women, all kind of women, and guys and men, black men, white men, everybody was in that boy. It was raceless. But the fact that he is especially when he did the vote or die campaign back when Obama was getting elected, all that was based on race. You know why? Because when you think about it, the Democratic Party rely on everything is race to them. Everything is race. It's like, oh, it's a bait. It's like, dude, can we talk about something without inputting race? The only reason why, and I'm gonna be fair here, and I may lose some people watching. It's okay. It's Monday night. It's cool. Football about to come on in a minute. The only reason why she brought up the black community is because LeBron always tried to speak up for the black community. That's a fact. He tried to act like he Muhammad Ali. Bro, you not Muhammad Ali. You're not educated enough. Muhammad Ali was taught. He was taught a certain way. Even if what he was taught may disagree with a lot of people, he was still taught a certain way. So that's the reason why Muhammad Ali is Muhammad Ali. And on top of that, he put action the way he believed in. He lost his heavyweight title for the cause. LeBron ain't lost nothing for black folks. Muhammad Ali said, "Oh, I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. I'm the sugar of the world. Okay, I'm a Joe Frazier." And he done did all that, and he lost the title because he would not fight in the Vietnam War because he was like, the Vietnamese ain't done nothing to me. I done had more people in my own country do stuff to me than people over there in Vietnam. And 5 years he had no title, got stripped of the title, and then won it back. Whether you black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, it don't matter what if you do something wrong, you do something wrong. That's all it is. It ain't nothing else about it. It ain't nothing else about it. What Diddy did was wrong. Wrong. 2 left shoes, 3 batteries in a 2-slot remote. Okay? Wrong. 3 batteries in the 2-slot remote. Wrong, dog. He wrong, man. Evidence. As a matter of fact, he's so goofy. He go against what his lawyers say and admits the fact that it's him on the video. Instead of him shutting up and not saying anything and listening to his lawyers, he was like, what I did on that video was messed up. I had a lot of therapy. Like, why are you even talking at this point, bro? Negro, we knew it was you with the towel around your waist. We already knew it was you. You didn't have to say anything for us to know if it was you or not. We knew, Diddy, Sean. We knew, Sean. Okay? What we need you to do is shut up and let it go and just take your L. Whatever the L is, just take it, brother, because we can't do nothing for you. Do you think there's going to be a lot of people standing outside the courtroom talking about some free Sean Combs like they was talking about free Young Thug? Just answer me that. Do you think it's going to be a line outside like, yo, free Sean Combs? No. Just like free Young Thug, YSL trial? No. And they still out there. So they're not doing it. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's the fact of, it's a combination of things. It's like, Candace make a point because of the fact of, you put yourself in a situation where you were the spokesman, you claimed yourself to be the spokesman of whatever. And then Marc Hill like, yo, that's not their responsibility to do that. So it's either way. This conversation, listen, it's either way, man. See, you got to choose the lesser of the 2 evils a lot of times in life. Everything is not going to be 100% good. There's going to be some bad in the midst of that good. But if the good outweigh that bad, and your heart right, if your heart right, though, let me tell you something, man. When your heart right, dog, you're going to go far. But when your heart ain't right, like Miss Love, YSL trial Miss Love, your heart ain't right, and the man you try to put down, he gone. Now you ain't showing up in court today. I wonder why. Look at this. You ain't even show up for court today. You ain't even in the courtroom. Are you busy? You busy today? Or Miss Hilton was in there. Somebody said pool table green. Had the pool table green dress on, outfit on. She was in court today with a body and your boy Atkins. Well, what was Love at? Oh, I was trying to get Young Thug, so I'm good. If we see Miss Love, it's going to be a formality. But let me tell you something. At the end of the day, it don't matter if you black, white, Hispanic. It don't matter what you is. If you're wrong, man. You're wrong, you're wrong. That's it. What we looking at is Diddy being wrong. It's a lot of people that never liked that dude. Never liked him. They looking at the mob of people who done bought the albums and did all this kind of stuff, and they like, yo, he's well accepted in the black community. A lot of black folk don't care about Sean Combs like that. Not like that. So come on now. All right, here we go. I done ran it enough. I'm sorry. Let's go. My bad, y'all.
Literally mentioned Ashton Kutcher, who last time I checked is a white guy.
I did mention Ashton Kutcher.
Ashton Kutcher's white.
Ashton Kutcher.
Okay,
he's white.
Again, I want you to hear what I'm actually saying, and I want you to actually hear what I'm saying and disagree with what I'm saying and not what I'm not saying. The conversation about Harvey Weinstein, and I challenge you to show me any piece of evidence where you called out and said, hey, I'd love to hear from some high-profile white celebrities. You never said white. You just said high-profile celebrities. Maybe to you, Hollywood just means white. But in general, the idea here for Weinstein was we want his peers to speak out. We want his peers to say something. We want white people, black people, whoever. We just want his peers to say something. But when black people don't do it, it is framed as some kind of specific or unique moral failure. And that's the idea that I'm challenging here. Again, I want everybody to speak out against both of those monsters.
Okay.
But I'm saying let's
the slight
treat
flaw.
one
Okay, but
differently than the other.
Mark, with respect, the slight flaw is that Candace actually said LeBron and Ashton Kutcher. And last time I checked, Ashton Kutcher, and this may not be the case, but I believe he still identifies as a white guy.
Last I checked, you're not Candace Owens. Last I checked, you're not Candace Owens. I'm criticizing you right now, Piers, not Candace Owens. So you can't say, well, Candace said it. Y'all not a buddy comedy here. I'm critiquing your approach and coverage of this conversation.
Right.
And you can't say, well, Candace said it. I didn't disagree with Candace. I disagree with you on that particular point.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. April O'Neil's baby daddy make a great point. We never cared about that dude, just the talent around that surrounded him. That's 100% facts. Nobody cared about Diddy like that except for the talent that was around him. We cared about Biggie. We cared about Mary J. Blige. We cared about Shine. We cared about the Locks. We cared about that kind of. We didn't care nothing about him. We didn't care nothing about him. He was the face of Bad Boy and all that. That's all it was. We didn't care nothing about no Sean John like that. So 100% facts. April O'Neil's baby daddy. Everybody put April O'Neil's baby daddy in the chat. AOBD. Put AOBD in the chat, dog. Look, AOBD facts. Like, for real. For real. We did not care about Diddy like that. We didn't look at Diddy like an iconic artist. We never have, man. We never have. Yes, he presented some great talent to us and all that kind of stuff, but we ain't never looked at Diddy like that. So even in that, him being black means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
Let's take a little beat.
I do want to say,
What are you talking about? Well, Candace said it.
You can't say,
Candace?
I don't think you could say, I would like to introduce race, and then 30 seconds later say, I did not introduce race. I mean, the records will show you definitely introduced race. And I brought up LeBron James, and for a very specific reason, because he was quite literally at the parties and because he's used his platform to speak out on Black victimization, not because he was Black. I was pointing out the astounding hypocrisy. I didn't say, let's talk about LeBron James because he's a Black man. I mean, I would have brought up tons of other Black people and said, where are their voices? But it wouldn't have made sense because they don't hang out with him and they don't use their platforms. And I did bring up Ashton Kutcher as well, and very many other celebrities. I'm pretty sure Chrissy Teigen is not Black; she's Asian. So I'm completely confused, completely lost at what point you were trying to make there. I do think that you do tend to see things through the vein of race, because when people are just making a sound point about why it is that there is some interest in LeBron James' silence right now. And I think he should speak out because he had a friendship there and because he reports that he cares so much about Black victimization. And there was a long list of Black victims.
Right, and Mark,
I think it's very sound.
Mark,
you can disagree with it.
Yeah. And Mark, before you respond, Mark,
Candace, I agree with the point that you're making, Candace.
I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
You've also, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said that there wouldn't have been the attention on the raid at Diddy's home, for example, if he'd been a white rapper. To which I would say, if that had been Eminem at the height of his power.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I believe you said before in a previous debate or interview that there wouldn't have been the same attention that was given to the raid on Diddy's home if it had been a white rapper. To which I would say
that.
You didn't say that?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
What did you say about
again,
that?
You can disagree with that point too, but you wouldn't be disagreeing with me.
Okay,
but feel free to make your Eminem argument.
So apparently on the documentary, well, just to clarify, on the documentary with TMZ, that's what I'm told is where you said that.
It's hard for me to imagine that had this been many other celebrities, particularly white celebrities, that their children would have been in handcuffs and they would have been forced to stare down the barrel of guns and seen armored tanks. It just seemed like a lot for a raid of a music producer. Right, I know the documentary you're referencing. I wish you would have watched it with all due respect, and then you would know I didn't say that. I'll tell you what I said. Yeah. What I did say was not the attention. Diddy is an international superstar. Black, white, red, or yellow, we should be watching Diddy. And there's no reason why race is playing into the why of why we're watching it. That had nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about was the actual nature of the raid. Typically, unless you believe, and this is what I was arguing at the time, unless you believe that Diddy was an armed threat, there was no need to handle his children, who were not at the time charged with anything, in the way that they did. There was no reason to have SWAT, almost like the National Guard, this full military infrastructure, to do this. I think they should. I'm not saying they shouldn't have raided the house. I'm not saying they shouldn't have arrested Diddy. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that what my comparison is, they wouldn't have done that to Mark Cuban. That's my point. But there's now, as more evidence comes out,
hang on. Mark, hang on. On that point, you said they wouldn't have done it to Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban is a massive celebrity in America. If he had been doing what we now know from this charge sheet against P. Diddy he's accused of doing, damn right they'd have done that to Mark Cuban. These are not like small...
Done what?
These are not small allegations.
Done what?
Well, have you read the
Done
charge?
What?
Have you read the charge sheet against Diddy? You know what he's accused of.
That's not what I'm disagreeing. Again,
you're saying you're saying
I see what Marc Lamont Hill is saying. See, that is not what he's saying. He's not talking about the allegations. He's talking about the execution and treatment towards the allegations if it was someone that wasn't black. He's saying if that was Mark Cuban, that his children would not have been handcuffed, sat outside on the lawn, helicopters like all over the place. Like, that's what he's trying to say. All right. So I get his point, and they're twisted. Yeah, I agree. They're trying to twist his words. You're looking at the indictment rap sheet or whatever you're looking at, the charge sheet, because the indictment has not been etched and sketched yet, because there is a grand jury hearing on the indictment currently. But you are conflating what he's saying as far as the allegations versus the treatment. Just like they did Young Thug. They did an illegal search on Young Thug's house, right? Do you think they would have done an illegal search on what's your boy name? My man, the rapper with the curly hair, white guy that was in White Man's Can't Jump, the revamp. I can't remember these dudes' names right now for some reason. But any artist, any rapper that is of a different race of black, he's trying to say that it would not be the same treatment of how that charge went. Harlow. Is it Jack Harlow? Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow. Thank you, Chill. I appreciate you, boo. Thank you. Jack Harlow. Do you think they would illegally search Jack Harlow's house? That's basically what he was saying or trying to say. He's not saying that what he think Diddy did or didn't do was the issue. He knows that's the issue. He's just saying, do you think Jack Harlow, if he had kids and they were in the house, do you think they would be handcuffed and sitting on the lawn with the helicopter hovering over the house and doing all that kind of stuff? Do you think it would have went down like that, or do you think it would have been, a little bit more peaceable? You know what I'm saying? So that's his argument with that, which I can see his point based on what history tells us. I get it. I can see his point. So I'm just pointing that out because I don't want to get his words twisted, because again, Piers Morgan said something about the allegations of Diddy, and he's already said, I'm not talking about the allegations of Diddy. We already know that's wrong. So I think that's where the confusion is getting messed up here. Well, not confusion, the agenda that Piers is like, hey, Piers, listen to what he's actually saying at this point. Stop assuming what he's going to say next. And this would have been a little bit better. This would have been a little bit better. All right, here we go.
You're saying the nature.
Let me go back a little bit because he did talk about.
That's not what I'm disagreeing. Again,
the allegation.
You're saying the nature of the raid would not have been as over the top if it had been Mark Cuban because he's a white guy, right? Is that what you said?
I actually don't think it's quite that simple. I think the rapper part of it has a lot to do with it. I think they might have done that to Eminem. That's what I'm saying. It's not purely racial. I'm saying.
Well, what is the point you're making? I don't really understand it.
I promise you, just pro tip here, journalist to journalist. If you let me finish the sentence, you'll completely get what I'm saying.
Pro tip.
What I'm saying is that with Diddy, as opposed to say Mark Cuban, just to use that example, there's an assumption that even if Mark Cuban is committing awful acts, or Harvey Weinstein, we don't need tanks. We don't need to tie his children up and make them sit outside, because there's no reason to believe that those children are going to do harm. There is a default assumption that there's going to be a level of danger attached to Diddy that aren't even consistent with the charges. Again, he's a monster, right? But they don't usually break into homes with tanks and machine guns for child molesters, even though child molesters are the worst people in the world.
Well,
because there's no reason to believe they're going to be pulling out with AR-15s.
It depends how many guns they think the person has, I would imagine. Candace, back to you.
No, that's disingenuous, Piers. Piers, that's disingenuous. You know, based on what the allegations are. Excuse me, based on what the allegations are for Diddy, the main thing is the sex trafficking, human trafficking, right? That's what they're trying to, again, another charge they're trying to pin on him. But we all know that a tank, a helicopter, a Homeland Security, we all know that they're not doing that unless it is literally human trafficking. Literally human trafficking, because that's a part of Homeland Security. Okay? And when they got there and raided the house, they did not see anyone captured, anyone being held hostage, anyone being held against their will. None of that happened. It wasn't like it was a line of women coming out of his house being held in captivity because he held them there for whatever. Again, this is what I'm saying. All he's saying is the treatment, the nature of the treatment of that was unwarranted compared to someone that wasn't black and that may have been a rapper, such as an Eminem or a Jack Harlow or whoever else. MC Search, whoever you want to call, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I can see where he's coming from. That's all I'm saying. I can see where he's coming from.
AR-15s.
It depends how many guns they think the person has, I would imagine. Candace, back to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up a friend of mine, James O'Keefe, who got braided by the feds and had guns pointed at him over a diary, Ashley Biden's diary, that he didn't even publish. He's a white guy, had nothing to do with anything, and eventually was not found guilty. So this is the way that they act during raids. Regarding his children, if you read the initial lawsuit with Lil Rod, there was a very credible allegation, which Lil Rod made, that he was there the night that Puffy Diddy, whatever his name is today, that his son was involved in the shooting that was in the bathroom. So it was obviously understandable that they may have thought, given the allegations, that his son had something to do with it. His son was listed all throughout the lawsuit. So when they were raiding them, they were probably also raiding the sons as well. That was my immediate assumption when I saw it. But I do think it's completely absurd to suggest that there was any sort of rapper or black motivation behind the raid. Like I said, James O'Keefe is a perfect example when they did not have anything. They had no reason to raid James O'Keefe in the manner that they did. And they did while he was in his boxers at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and they put they put guns to his head. So I just completely dispute that.
Candace, on something just linked but separate, you've just been with Kanye, Ye, over in Japan, I believe you saw him. And that happened at the same time that an 88-page lawsuit was filed against him, alleging that he drugged and raped an ex-assistant while at one of Sean Diddy Combs' parties. This came from an influencer and former OnlyFans star, Lauren Pisciotta, who's already sued him before. She claims that the rapper regularly had sex with employees, had a rotating list of guests at his Yeezy company offices and makeshift bedrooms, and so on. What's your reaction to that? I mean, is Ye potentially another Diddy here? What are we looking at?
So I actually didn't read the lawsuit because I just flew over from Tokyo yesterday, but were there videos and documentation of that, or is she just alleging that in a second lawsuit that she's filed? I'm asking seriously.
Yeah, I mean...
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on, Mark.
Candace, and I mean this sincerely, if you read the lawsuit and it seems credible, I know you wanted to go through the legal process, but would you denounce Kanye's actions or the allegations against Kanye as
if there were ever a lawsuit as thorough, and I want to be clear, I'm the woman who stood up against the Me Too movement. I very much disagree with women dropping allegations absent any evidence and having their entire careers taken away, men having their entire careers. As much as it pained me, I stood up for Matt Lauer because I thought that what happened to him was wrong. The Diddy situation was completely different because the guy had pictures, photos, and documentation. Like I've never seen I've never seen so much evidence filed in a lawsuit in my entire life. So I have not looked at this lawsuit. I don't know if I would file this under the Me Too thing where women just make allegations and then we're supposed to believe them. I don't believe in #BelieveWomen. I'm very against that. I've been vocally against that movement from the very beginning. Did not believe Amber Heard from the very beginning. So I would have to examine that particular lawsuit. But if there was ever anything filed as strong as what was filed against Diddy, and mind you, Kanye was the one who used his platform to speak out against Diddy before it even became popular, I would, of course, be saying something about that because we're talking about an entire ring of abuse, drugs, pink cocaine. Again, these are allegations, but the pictures of the blood that he shot someone, I would be a complete hypocrite not to speak out and say, oh, well, he's my friend, so I'm totally okay if he's just shooting people in a bathroom and calling his friends to hide the evidence. I mean, I would imagine we're comparing apple to oranges, but I'm happy to be educated on that lawsuit because I haven't actually read through it.
And just, I mean, given you haven't read it, that's fair enough. How is he? Yeah, I mean, when I last interviewed him was about a year ago, and he was pretty well all over the place. He'd been accused of making a number of anti-Semitic comments. Obviously, we all know about that. He's kind of disappeared off the radar a bit. How is he?
He looked great. I mean, he's lost so much weight. He looked happy and healthy, and he essentially said that he needed to get out of Los Angeles. And I completely sympathize with that because I do believe that it is a demonic town. Hollywood has always, since its founding, been a town that was established by gangs. We're talking about MGM and Paramount and the origins of Hollywood. They were bootleggers that then became directors and the owners of companies. That's just the reality. And so I do think it was healthy for him to get out of that climate and to move somewhere where you don't have paparazzi following you all the time. And, you know, he's working on an album just by himself. And I think that isolation is good for him.
I mean, Mark, should there be forgiveness? Your response first.
I was just a little taken aback by that exchange just now. I mean, two things. One, on the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement doesn't argue and never has argued that we should prosecute people without evidence or that women can make claims without evidence. Such an argument would presume that the woman's claim itself or the woman's experience itself does not count as evidence. If you're on a date and get sexually assaulted, or you're in your bedroom and get sexually assaulted, and you go to the police and say, hey, this thing happened to me, the police would take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence. But your initial claim itself is evidence. Your witness is evidence. But if we...
What did he just say? What did he just say? No, wait, let's go back. No, let's go back. No, No. Let's go back. Let's go back, dog. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back to what this man just said. All right. Hold on. Something didn't sound right. Let's go.
If you're on a date and get sexually assaulted, or you're in your bedroom and get sexually assaulted, and you go to the police and say, hey, this thing happened to me, the police would take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence. But your initial claim itself is evidence. Your witness is evidence.
Your initial claim itself is evidence. Do y'all agree with that? Hold on, let me hold on. Do y'all agree with that? Your initial claim is evidence. Have y'all been watching court lately? Has anything anything has been brought as evidence? Is it real evidence that can hold up in court? That can hold up in really? Your initial statement of something is evidence. What y'all think about that? It can be used against you if they find later you lying about it. Okay, KP. Now let's talk about that. I have to find out later that you're lying. Instead of your initial statement being initially investigated, I take your statement as evidence, then I find out that you're lying. KP, listen, it could be used against you if they find later you're lying. Let me tell you something. No means no, right? But people like, no, stop. I normally don't do this. What? Oh my God. Okay. I mean, a little like, okay, like, stop. That's not no. Now you're flirting with the idea of something. That ain't no. No. No is no. Don't be flirting with the idea. Just because somebody made a statement of something or said that you did something don't mean it's evidence. That's called an accusation. That's not evidence. That I don't like the word he used the word evidence. Evidence has an element of fact. Mika said he's saying that's the starting point of evidence while they investigate. No, that's an accusation. That's an accusation of something. If I say something that this person did to me, I don't show any evidence of it on me. I'm accusing them of something. That's not evidence. You got to find evidence. So you start with the accusation. What he said is his initial statement is evidence. Chloe said, "Biz, you're conflating evidence with truth." No, I'm not. I'm conflating evidence with facts that hold up in court. It don't have to be the truth. It's about what you can prove. Y'all remember American Gangster? It's not about it's about what you can prove. It's about what you can prove in court. He basically set up a whole thing. And if that thing would have went through in court, it would have been fact in court. I'm trying to get us to understand the way the court look at something and the way we look at something is totally different. Totally different. You don't have to even tell the truth in court. Just present evidence as fact, and you can go scot-free. You can go scot-free. There's so many people right now that went through court. They done been through court. They done been through trial and everything. And evidence showed they did nothing, but they did everything. They don't have enough evidence. Evidence is fact. It ain't truth. It's fact. You can prove the innocence of a defendant even if they did something. That's how corrupt the court system is. That's what I'm talking about. And he talking about, as long as I say something, it's evidence. That's not true. That's not true. It's not evidence. It's an accusation. Accusations are not evidence. It sparks the idea of investigating in something, yes, but it ain't evidence. You have to dig for evidence. Ladies, if you suspect your man cheating on you, you got to dig for evidence. You go through his phone, you look through his email, you go inside his laptop, then you find evidence. Then evidence comes after the accusation. The accusation is not evidence. He said it is evidence. That's the issue I got. Nah, fam. Just because you said something don't mean it's true. And just because you said something don't mean it's fact. You got to dig. You got to dig. You got to listen, man. I know you might not like this conversation tonight. I get it. It's Monday. It's Monday. It's Monday. I get it. But let me tell you something. I ain't conflating truth with evidence. No. Because you can have evidence and not have the truth. You can have evidence. The YSL trial just taught us this. There was so much evidence that pointed to YSL that it didn't point to YSL. You know why? Because the evidence was presented by incompetent prosecutors that are lazy and don't know how to prosecute a case in a trial. That's the reason why Thug can get 15 years probation and this person can get 5 years, and they don't get the full extent of the law because they can't prove nothing. For all we know, they actually did something. Nobody knows but them. Simple form. Listen, you got to understand the fact that the evidence shows something that can get a person free, can get a person accused, but the accusation itself isn't evidence. The accusation comes first. This man literally said the accusation is evidence enough, and it's not. This is the reason why every time a woman go through something like domestic violence, they always tell you to go to the police, file a report, have a paper trail to show the evidence of him beating on you, or vice versa with a man or a woman. Women beat on men all the time too. And men, we don't call the police because we think we men and we don't need to. Yeah, no, call the police on her. She goofy enough to do it. Just like you, she called a police on you. Now you got to, hey, come on now. It's a two-way street around here. So I'm just speaking for, I got you, Chloe. Chloe, I got you. You ain't got all caps. I got you. I'm speaking for everyone who may be confused about it. At the end of the day, evidence is not always the truth. It's called alibis. Alibis don't look. You can create an alibi off the top of your head. It could be a lie. It could be a whole lie. So my thing. Steph JK said, she said, I'll throw hands if I get cheated on, and I know I'm gonna get locked up. Still worth it. Listen to me. All I'm saying is this: you gotta dig. This man said something very dangerous. He said the accusation is evidence. That's the part right there. You gotta piece that out. That's a part of eating the fish, spitting out the bones. You gotta piece that out. That is not evidence. That's the start of an investigation. I agree. But that right there, calling it evidence? No, we got to dig for it. We got to dig for the evidence.
We should prosecute people without evidence, or that women can make claims without evidence. Such an argument would presume that the woman's claim itself or the woman's experience itself does not count as evidence. If you're on a date and get sexually assaulted, or you're in your bedroom and get sexually assaulted, and you go to the police and say, "Hey, this thing happened to me," the police would take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence. But your initial claim itself is evidence. Your witness.
Your initial claim itself is evidence. It's not evidence. He just said it again. Your initial claim is evidence. No, it's not. Not in the court of law. It's called an accusation. That's what I'm trying to get us to understand, to see real quick, just off this part, okay? It's an accusation. It's not evidence yet until they investigate, dig, and find it. It's like a person on the beach who got the metal detector thing, and he just and then they start digging for the evidence of some type of metal. They're searching for gold. They're searching for gold, but that detector lets them know where the gold is, or it gives them the idea of where the gold is. Then they dig for it to get the gold. He's saying you ain't even got to dig for it. Just the fact that I heard a bunch of noise let me know it's gold. That's not true. That's not true. So he's not saying what I'm saying. He's not saying what I'm saying. He just said it. He was like, yo, if a woman is on a date and then she get a date drug on her, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff, then she goes to the police, I'm pretty sure they'll start doing all this kind of stuff. They'll start investigating, blah, 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 whatever. But her initial statement alone is evidence. I don't think so. People lie. People lie all the time. Somebody can lie on you right now. You could be sitting at your home chilling, and somebody can say you did something, and you haven't even done anything. They'll lock you up. Just because they got enough accusation information to do it. No evidence yet, no nothing. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I would be very careful with a statement like that. Chloe said, TV, when they gather evidence in court files that I've seen, the written statement is right there. It's put in the affidavit. Whether it's a lie or not, it's still considered part of it. I get that. I get that. What I'm saying, listen, I understand that. All I'm saying is that it ain't called evidence. You just said it. When they gather evidence in the court file, that means they've been digging. See, my example is coming from the fact. My example is coming from the fact of the YSL trial. The YSL trial was a bunch of hearsay that looked like evidence, right? It has an element of evidence. It's a bunch of hearsay. But when it came to the state proving evidence, the way they presented it was so nasty to the point where they had to bow down to the plea deal. Otherwise, it was going to be mistrials everywhere. So even if you put something in the affidavit, whether it's a lie or not, it's still considered part of it. Yes, part of it. But it ain't it. It ain't it. He's saying it is it. Your statement alone is enough evidence for me to do that. No, it's enough accusation. You got to prove I'm innocent until proven guilty. You can accuse me of anything. Maybe we're saying a different thing. Maybe we're saying two things can be true at the same time. Maybe we're saying two different things in the same two different things same way, or vice versa. It could be me. Steph JK said I'm out of here, man. She said I love you, Tay. I love you too, girl. Go ahead and take care of your business. Do your thing. He's just saying it's evidence, not that it's proof, though. Evidence proves, though. This is what I'm talking about. Evidence is proof. Is proof. Is proof. Evidence is proof. His observation of evidence is not correct. Evidence is proof. Just because somebody said something that you did something doesn't mean it's proof that you did it. Again, you can make an alibi. You can make an alibi. That's literally what he said. You can make an alibi that's not true, but it's still proof of something. He literally said it. He gave a whole example of a woman being on a date and going to the police. Then he turned around and say a woman statement itself is evidence. That's exactly what he just said. Let's go ahead and look at it again. I'm just gonna play it through. I ain't gonna stay on it too long. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Proof, truth, all that kind of stuff. It's way more semantics when it comes to court. When it comes to court. Yes, it's evidence. Look at this. What KB say? It's still evidence till proven to be fact. I don't know. No, it's still accusation. It's still. That's what I'm saying. Once it's proven to be fact, if it's proven to be fact, if your statement is proven, your statement is an accusation. Hold on. It says Delilah Carter, death on law. No accusations is not evidence, nor can it determine guilt or innocence in court of law, but must be proven by facts or evidence. Thank you. Thank you. A person's statement is not evidence. It does not determine guilt or innocence. That's why it's not evidence. That's the reason why they do investigate, because it ain't evidence yet. That's the reason why they ask your cousin them, your uncle them, like where was Little Pistol Starter when y'all first started hanging out? Okay, what happened to Little Peaches when this? Like, that's the reason why they investigate, because there is no evidence yet. They can't even. Let me tell you something about an accusation. They can't even build a case against a person unless they are able to bring evidence to the accusation. He's saying if a woman or man, let's just say a woman or a man, makes the statement of something, that's evidence. That's enough evidence right there. That's literally what he just said. And it's not true. It is not true. This right here is what I'm talking about. Accusation is not evidence, nor can it determine guilt. That's the reason why you can't use accusation in the court of law. That's the reason why they always object in court. Hearsay. Evidence is not proof. Evidence is 100% proof. Even if it's a lie, it's a proof. It's proof. If I lie and say, if I tell somebody, hey, I was at your house between 10 and 1. They know good and hell well I wasn't. And I tell them the reason why I'm saying that because I need to use you as an alibi, blah, 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 blah. And then that person tells them, hey, yeah, he was at my house at 10 and 1. All we did was chill, blah, 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 whatever. That's my alibi. And then from 10 to 1, if it shows that I was nowhere near the area where they accused me of, that's proof that I wasn't there, even if it's not true. That's still proof. You can still use that in the case. You can still use it. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Chloe. Yes, he did. He said the accusation is the evidence. I'm gonna let it play, man. I'm gonna let it play again. I'm gonna let y'all hear it, man. I'm gonna let it play again. I'm gonna bring it back.
I actually read through it.
And just, I mean, given you haven't read it, that's fair enough. How is he?
When
I last interviewed him was about a year ago, and he was pretty well all over the place. He'd been accused of making a number of anti-Semitic comments. Obviously, we all know about that. He's kind of disappeared off the radar a bit. How is he?
He looked great. I mean, he's lost so much weight. He looked happy and healthy, and he essentially said that he needed to get out of Los Angeles.
No, Mika, I can't let you do that. I can't let you do that, Mika. Nope. I called it that because that's what it actually is. He called it accusation evidence. I'm saying that he said something about a person's statement being enough evidence. You know what he said. Stop it.
Angeles. And I completely sympathize with that because I do believe that it is a demonic town. Hollywood has always, since its founding, been a town that was established by gangs. You're talking about MGM and Paramount and the origins of Hollywood. They were bootleggers that then became directors and the owners of companies. That's just the reality. And so I do think it was healthy for him to get out of that climate and to move somewhere where you don't have paparazzi following you all the time. And, he's working on an album just by himself. And I think that isolation is good for him.
I mean, Mark, should there be forgiveness? Your response first.
I was just a little taken aback by that exchange just now. I mean, two things. One, on the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement doesn't argue and never has argued that we should prosecute people without evidence or that women can make claims without evidence. Such an argument would presume that the woman's claim itself or the woman's experience itself does not count.
The woman's claim itself. Listen to him carefully. He's conflating. No one's conflating but him. He's conflating. Listen to him carefully.
Women can make claims without evidence. Such an argument.
Dang, Chloe got attitude with me. Hold on. Chloe got attitude with me. Okay, what's going? Don't have an attitude with me now. Dang, we just talking. He said statement. I think he's speaking in legal jargon there. Yes, I agree with that. He said the statement is evidence. That's what he said. He said the statement is evidence. He's saying that a woman, and I'm not just going to say a woman because men go through abuse as well. But he's saying a woman's statement is evidence. When we all know on this chat that there are women, including, and there's other women who know other women who will lie on you to save their own face. So this is deeper than just what he said, man. Because a lot of people are losing their livelihood and their time and their lives because of somebody's statement. So make your statement clear. Make your statement clear. That's all I'm saying to people. If you're going to make a statement, make it clear. That's it.
That the woman's claim itself or the woman's experience itself does not count as evidence. If you're on a date and get sexually assaulted, or you're in your bedroom and get sexually assaulted, and you go to the police and say, "Hey, this thing happened to me," the police would take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence. But your initial—
You hear what he just said? He said the police will take your statement and look for more evidence. That's exactly what he just said. I'm not in disagreement with this dude until he said the latter part. He said they will look for more evidence. They took your statement seriously and look for more evidence. It's equivalent to a person who called the police and then be like, "You know what? I don't need you." Do you know you could get a false police report is a felony? A false police report is a felony. He's talking about taking what you went through and going to the police about it. That's a different thing.
If you're on a date and get sexually assaulted, or you're in your bedroom and get sexually assaulted, and you go to the police and say, "Hey, this thing happened to me," the police would take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence.
The police will take your statement and assess it and look for more evidence.
But your initial claim itself is evidence. You're witness.
Your initial claim itself is evidence. That's conflation. That is conflation. That is the point that we have to have clarity on. You go on a date, something happens to you, you go to the police. His words are, they will assess it and look for more evidence. Then he turned around and said, but your initial claim is enough evidence. No, it's not. No, it's not. See, that's pandering. That's pandering. I might lose some subscribers today. I'm fine with it. It's cool. But that's pandering. Just to say that the person said something is evidence, that's pandering. That's exactly what he just said. Hold on.
And look for more evidence. But your initial claim itself is evidence. Your witness.
Your initial claim itself is evidence. It is not. It is not. And if you think it is, you already done messed yourself up. It's not. Don't get it twisted. You can claim something all you want. They ain't gonna look at it as evidence until they find the actual evidence.
This is evidence. But if we say that women come forward and all they have is their story that they got raped, and that's not evidence.
No, that's not it. No, Mark, I think you're misconstruing what Candace said, unless I'm wrong, and I share her view on this. This whole, you have to believe women, or men, by the way, who make allegations like this, I don't agree with that. You know, every part of my journalistic...
I don't agree with it either.
You know, I just think that... I don't agree with it either. I think the real trouble with the Me Too... Well,
so why would you say that this... Why would you say this... Why would you say the actual claim is evidence then if you don't believe it either? This is the part where he loses me. Either you believe the accusation is legit or not, bro. You're conflating, not us. We're good.
Well, hang on. There were lots of good things that came out of Me Too. The real flaw with it was taking that as the principle of everyone had to be believed, whatever they were saying. Because actually what everyone should be in that position, they should be taken seriously. It should be properly investigated by proper authorities, and justice should be seen to be done. That is how these things should be handled. Nobody should just be automatically believed, because that way is what led to a number of people getting cancelled left, right, and centre, when actually it turned out, in some cases, that they just did not deserve it. And Matt Lauer, I'd say, is a good example.
Yeah, and I can't stand Matt Lauer, so it pains me to use my platform to defend
I think you're being very impartial
against him.
Mark.
Yeah.
I didn't misconstrue what Candace said. There's just a difference slightly between what she said and what you just said. I don't agree with either of you fully, but I think there's a thing that we all do share, which is people be lying sometimes, right? People.
Right. So if people be lying sometimes, then why would you say the accusation or the statement or whatever that they said initially is evidence? You can't say that then. He know people be lying sometimes, but at the same time, it's like, what they said is evidence. No, it's not. It's not. It's an accusation that has to be taken into consideration. And then if it has some credibility, which is what is dependent upon the police, they're the ones that determine what's credible or not. Then they're like, okay, we'll go look for it. We'll go find the evidence. We'll go and assess it or investigate. They don't come out the gate investigating stuff unless there's an accusation first. It's just like the trial. It's just like the guy, the sheriff that shot the judge that I talked about before. And then I'm still investigating, right? It's evidence that he shot the man dead on. It's a camera inside of the judge's chambers. Okay? It's inside of the judge's chambers. You see Sheriff Steins shoot the man in cold blood. They charged him with first-degree murder. You know what he said? I'm not guilty. Why? Why did he say I'm not guilty? Because first-degree murder and manslaughter is treated differently. I'm telling you what the court system does. Yeah, he was hurt. He was mad hurt. He found out that his daughter was in the judge's phone, saved under the police. They just had lunch the same day. And then he go inside the judge's phone. He uses his phone to call he uses the judge's phone. He uses his phone, finds out that his daughter's number is in the judge's phone, saved under police. He shoot the man. But they charged him with first-degree murder. He said, no, it ain't first-degree murder. I killed him, but it ain't first degree. It's manslaughter. And if you look up manslaughter and if you look up first-degree murder, they're two different types of murders. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about the way we thinking about it. Of course, I'm with you. But the way the court thinks about it is totally different. And once we understand the court's jargon, they try to make all these words to be more difficult than what it is. It ain't that difficult to understand that somebody trying to plot against you. It ain't that hard. But they try to confuse us over and over again. Oh, it's not first degree murder, it's manslaughter. Well, did he lay the man out or not? And it's all about sentencing. And it's all about how much money is going to be made off of this new inmate. I wouldn't be surprised if the inmates that used to be law enforcement or political figures cost more than the other ones because it's all investment. It's a money train. It's a money game, dog. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. So it's just like that. So using accusation as evidence, when it comes to that, you gotta make sure that you using the proper language, because I'm telling you, they're gonna use that language against you in court. Watch. Go to court. Yeah, go to court. I know what I'm talking about. I done been on probation. I know what I'm talking about. I done been, listen. I'm telling you. You think you know? You have no idea. Okay? You think proof is truth, or you think truth is no, whatever. And I'm not saying that's what anybody's saying. I'm just saying when you come into it like that, I'm telling you, they like, nah, fam, it ain't what you think it is. They're gonna use the smallest, simple, slightest thing against you as much as they can. As much as they can. That's the reason why Georgia used RICO all the time. Because RICO can be anything now. Anything. It's ridiculous.
Sometimes don't tell the truth, and we shouldn't assume that people are always telling the truth. The origins of Believe Women wasn't believe all women at all times in all places. There are ways that has become the sort of almost caricature of the Me Too movement. But the idea here was that as a culture, really a rape culture, not just in the United States, but globally, we used to begin from a default assumption that women were lying. That when a woman said she was raped, the first thing we'd say is, "What were you wearing? What did you drink? You know, are you dating him? Did you say yes? How many times?" And our default position was of doubt and skepticism and rejection.
You know what I think I would say to
that? So Believe Women begins from a place of that. But I agree with you.
Well, you shouldn't
Some
have
people lie.
You shouldn't have an instinctive.
Everybody else.
Look, you shouldn't have an instinctive disbelief of people who make allegations either. Right? I don't believe you should fully believe or disbelieve anyone who makes claims. You take them seriously. That's what people want. And they also want to feel, I mean, look, I think the same in America.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, so yeah, in the UK and America, the number of people of convictions for rape, for example, in the UK is something like 2 or 3% of all cases that go to court end up with convictions. That's clearly ridiculous. So there are lots of flaws in this system, which Me Too highlighted, which I agree with. But I think this idea that they automatically believe people or disbelieve them, both of them are equally dangerous. I want to just bring in another guest to keep you two here for a moment.
I agree with that. And I agree
it's
with
Lord
both.
Jamar, who we interviewed recently about Diddy and who went viral this week with comments on Kamala Harris, which I'll come to in a moment. But, Lord Jamar, first of all, you've been listening to this debate we've been having.
Chloe said, no, that's not RICO Georgia is using. That's a hollow version of what it's supposed to be. Well, we know Georgia have their own RICO statutes. Georgia have their own RICO statutes. We understand that. And their RICO statutes are crazy. It's absolutely outside of what normal RICO is. That's what we're doing in this live today is exposing the fact that no matter what you think or I think, we can speak the same language all we want from a humanity perspective. When it comes to court, there's a different language on a different level that you got to know about. And you need to make sure that you use your common sense when it comes to it. So that way you won't be all, oh my God, I'm caught off guard. No, you're not caught off guard. Use your brain. That's what we talking about tonight. Use your brain. Use your brain. Saying somebody did something and proving somebody did something with actual evidence is two different things. Now, what do we do from there? You got to make sure that you can continue to prove that what you have is enough. That video, obviously, that man is saying in the Sheriff Stein's case, that man is saying that video is not enough proof to say that I did a first-degree murder. Now, if I did voluntary manslaughter, yeah, I might give you that one, but not first-degree murder. They're accusing him of first-degree murder. And if the jury finds out that it's not first-degree murder, he will be found not guilty of first-degree murder. This is the reason why assessing an issue, digging deep for evidence, and building an actual case is something that the prosecution need to learn how to do more effectively. They just threw first-degree murder out there, not expecting him to say not guilty. The man pled not guilty of first-degree murder. And even during the actual pre-trial hearing, his own counsel said that this is manslaughter at best, not first-degree murder. And they're going to go to trial with it. So it's all semantics at the end of the day. Chloe said, I work in the court system. I understand it. I think he's speaking that way and it's not going over well. Yes, that's all I'm saying. You gotta be able to say certain things the right way. Again, we're talking about accusing somebody of something serious like domestic violence, sex trafficking, RICO, all these charges. If you're going to make a claim that somebody did that specific thing in the court of law, you got to make sure you're on point with it. My thing is prosecutors are lazy. They're lazy. They don't want to work for the evidence. They want to do hearsay. They want to just build a case off of what other people say and have a few pictures here and there and a few things here and there and then be like, yo, this is a case. No. If you're going to put some serious people away, then make sure you have serious evidence, proof, fact, truth of what happened. Dig deep. Our taxpayer dollars pay you to get rid of people in our society that makes it worse than better. And if you're just as worse as them, then we need to lock you up. Prosecutors are lazy. I'm very familiar with prosecutors. I'm very familiar with the court system as well. Trust me, they're lazy as hell. And that's the problem. He was a lawyer and he was terrible. That's why he became a journalist. That's a known fact. That's a known fact. Lazy. I could just take this law that they give the prosecutors bank on and then use that. No, you still got to prove something. That's why Fonnie Willis, Miss Love, and Miss Hilton is on the Brady list right now in Georgia. Because they lazy. And I will stand 10 toes on that. And if I get unsubscribers, I get unsubscribers. I don't care, but I'm going to stand 10 toes on that. They lazy as hell. They want to plea deal you to death if they could. Unless they got a real vendetta. But a real case with real evidence. Come on, man. If you taking my taxes and it's going towards these political figures and these public servants, then I want them to work. I'm working. I need you to work. Look how much money been spent on this YSL trial. It's absolutely ridiculous. And what you got to show for it? Young Thug 15-year probation. That's what you got to show for over 2 years. You've been investigating the man since 2013, 14, 15, and Paul Howard told you we don't have a case. And you still did it anyway, Fonnie. Come on now. I just need them to be on point. If you're gonna do your thing, be on point. Stop wasting our money on things that you haven't worked hard to find out or prove. Everybody paying their hard-earned dollar every time they go to work, every time they get paid. Some people get paid monthly, weekly, bi-weekly, or whatever. And all of a sudden, your public servants don't do nothing they say they're supposed to do. And we looking at these trials as entertainment. It's people's lives, man. Even this conversation we having tonight, they talking about somebody else's life. And they worried about what LeBron James is going to say about the black community when it comes to Diddy and all that. Who cares? Stop being lazy and get some real justice up in here. Otherwise, don't say nothing. All right, I'm sorry.
What is your view about where we are with this Diddy scandal?
Sometimes I go off a little bit. My bad.
It's been quite a debate. I'm not surprised with everything that's going on with Diddy. I do feel his peers should speak out, black, white, or indifferent. What he's done, what he's being accused of doing is reprehensible, and we need to speak out about it.
Do you think he's coming out of prison, or is that it for him?
I don't know. It looks bad for him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he doesn't seem like the type that would do well in prison, in my mind. If he was
Lord
really
Jamar
forced to have to do some time, I don't know if he's built for that. So you'd have to see what happens.
Well, let me just move to the stuff that went viral with you, Lord Jamar. This is your stuff about Kamala Harris, which, are you surprised about the amount of pickup that got?
A little bit, yeah. But not really, because I think people are a little shocked that someone like me, from a group Brand Nubian that they feel is pro-black, why would I come out in support of Donald Trump or go against a Kamala Harris who they are trying to put up as a black woman, and I don't see it.
Well, let me. I'm going to play the first of all the Barack Obama clip, and then I'm going to play the clip that you said in response to it.
All right. Hold on. We're about to go into the other part of this interview. Okay, we got about 14 minutes left. I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna let y'all go in in the chat. Again, I don't know what he's about to say. Okay, I don't know what is about to be said when it comes to this topic from anyone. So we about to all have a raw reaction to this. If you haven't seen it, you about to have a raw reaction with your boy. And we just gonna talk about it a little bit when we can. All right, let's go.
Let's play the two.
And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, You just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for it.
And now I want to play the clip from Lord Jamar talking about that.
Well, I feel that she's so bad that guess what? I might just go around and vote for Trump. And this is my first time saying this out loud. But y'all think you're going to shame somebody or bully into voting for this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And now you're going to make me be Mr. Anti. You keep coming at me with this bullshit. You keep coming at me talking about, oh, it's a shame that you're not supporting a black woman. She's not black.
Now, Mark, let me ask you honestly, Mark, if this had been the other way around.
Hold on. The chat is quiet right now. What's going on? What y'all think about what Lord Jamar just said? The chat said, "I won't speak. I don't live in the U.S. We have enough with our politicians." Listen, in Canada, man, they Bill C-16 came out in 2015, and things like that, which was one of the biggest things that came out in Canada. Dr. Jordan Peterson spoke against Bill C-16, which I followed heavily, man. Yes, he said abundance and clarity. He said I'm abundance and I'm cooking and listening. I bet Lil Chill said, whoa, like, hey, yo, Lord, let me tell you something about Lord Jamar. I'm gonna go back to it real quick because Lord Jamar is not one to mince words. He's not one to mince words. Okay, he's not one of those guys that mince words, and I can relate to that. Let's see what he's talking about.
You just aren't feeling
one more time.
the idea of having a woman as president, and you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for it.
And now I want to play the clip from Lord Jamar talking about that.
Well, I feel that she's so bad that guess what? I might just go around and vote for Trump. And this is my first time saying this out loud. But y'all think you're going to shame somebody or bully into voting for this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And now you're going to make me be Mr. Anti. You keep coming at me with this bullshit. You keep coming at me talking about, oh, it's a shame that you're not supporting a black woman. She's not black.
Now, Mark, let me ask you honestly, Mark, if this had been the other way around, if this had been, hang on, Jamar, Lord Jamar, I'll come to you in a sec. I just want to get their reaction to what we've just played because it's gone viral, as I said. But Mark, if it had been the other way around, if you had a former white president saying you've got to vote for Trump if you're white, you'd have gone absolutely nuts. So why is it okay for Barack Obama to order black people to vote for Kamala Harris, given how unpopular she currently is to the extent where Trump is ahead in 5 of the 7 swing states? Why should they?
So a couple of things. First, no one should vote for anybody based on identity politics. You should never vote for somebody because
Obama's wrong.
Black, right? Yeah, Obama's wrong. I mean, I didn't vote for him.
I love that.
Obama's wrong. Yeah, Obama's wrong. Yeah, so
we all agree.
But we.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. This is what I don't like, man. I do not like this, man. Like, I don't like the way Piers Morgan did that. I can't stand it. I can't stand that. Trying to do it's almost like a one-up with this thing, and it don't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Obviously, when you hear Barack Obama talking about the fact that he thinks that black men is not supporting Kamala Harris because we can't fathom the idea of a woman being president. Hello, there was a woman that already ran for president named Hillary Clinton, and many people weren't rocking with her neither. But at least it was way closer than now because she actually had policy that she was talking about. I digress. Anyway, the fact that he did that, right? And then, you know, they go into Marc Lamont because they think Marc Lamont Hill is going to be like, he didn't mince words initially with this. So when Piers Morgan said, so Obama's wrong, like that right there is very just immature and a poignant thing that is just like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't agree with that type of I don't agree with that type of segue into another conversation, but overall, I think what Marc Lamont is saying initially in this part right here, you know, is spot on and so far, you know what I'm saying? And I think what Lord Jamar allured to, without all the profanity or whatever, what he allured to is fact. You know, you're not going to bully me into voting for someone because I identify as black like them or as they claim. And that's the issue. Again, identity politics is something that we need to get away from. And that's basically what Mark said. So, you know, I don't, you know, I'm gonna go back a little bit, but I don't, you know, I don't I don't like the way Piers did that. That was very just childish to me. So okay, Miss 2T's 86. Hey y'all, I'm late, but I'm here. Just finished Cat's live. Dang, Cat just finished live tonight. Wow, she was in our chat not so long ago. Wow, okay. All right. Chloe said, I've always heard her describe herself as exactly what she is, but what the heck does it matter when people will decide what they think you are no matter what you say you are. Yeah, so even in that, like, you know, I feel you. Again, it's a gameplay. It's a gameplay. So that's like me saying I'm about to use this and I don't care. That's like me saying, yo, you know, that's like me saying on the phone with a chick, like, yo, man, you know, I'm just a, you know, I'm a thick dude, you know, so I'm a little thick, you know what I'm saying? And then they kind of find out, they see me, you know, I'm a big fella. It's like, oh, you said you was thick. And in their mind, they got another idea of thick, you know what I'm saying? But the reality is, you know, I'm a big fella, man. So, you know, so I'm a teddy bear all day long, man. Keep you nice and warm in the winter. But that is not what you was expecting when you met me. That's exactly the same thing as Kamala Harris. You know, Kamala Harris always identified with being Indian and this and the other, blah, blah, blah. Even when she was abundance, know what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? Even when she was the senator of California and all that kind of stuff and put a lot of innocent dudes in jail, but I digress. That's a whole nother story. But she never identified like that. You know what I'm saying? My thing is don't try to claim things now that you know, whatever, that you running for president or whatever. Now you want to claim certain things. Come on, man. At a certain point, we can't be so naive to the point where we just not look at what's going on here. Like, come on, man. Like, come on now. You know, you don't be willfully ignorant. You know what I'm saying? At this point, you know, and that's all Lord Jamar is alluring to. Abundance said Janet Jackson and got out looking like Freddie Jackson. You see what I'm saying? You was just like Friday, the movie Friday, when old girl came out the car, and she was like, "Hey man," hey, he was like, "Whoa," like, man, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So, come on, man, it's crazy. KP said, in my opinion, she could claim both though. How can you claim something you're not a part of? You're not foundationally black. You know, she's not an FBA, she's not foundationally black. So you can't claim that. And that's facts. You know what I'm saying? That's just a whole fact. So yeah, Jamaican, not a foundationally American black person. You know what I'm saying? Her dad is Jamaican. Well, actually Jamaican and Scottish and some other stuff too. And the mother is West Indian as well. So, you know, I mean, she got other ethnicities that's more dominant. The whole point is that she's claiming to be predominantly something that she's not. That's the actual issue. I like this. I mean, you know what? But I like this dialogue, man. Hey, KP, man, I appreciate you, dog, because you coming with some heat. You coming with some heat, man. That's facts. That's definitely black. He said black is black, though. See what I'm saying? That's what we always do. That's what we do. That's what we do. Black is black. We don't care what it is. Black is black. Okay. Do you think, let me ask you a question, KP, specifically. As a matter of fact, I'm about to go ahead and drop the link real quick. And if you want to come up and talk to your boy, let's talk to you, boy. Hold on. You don't stir me up, KP. You don't stir me up, KP. That right there, that link right there is for the panel if you want to come up and talk real quick. But let me tell you something. Black is black. Let me ask you a question. Do you think she is going to do or create any policy specifically for black people? Because she already said she's not. He said, oh, man. KP, dog, I love you, dog. He said, oh, man. I'm just asking, though. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So her claiming to be black now means what to us, right? Let me ask you a question, KP. Did Obama do anything specifically for black people? Of course not. They can't, because their agenda is not for blacks only. We can't be fooled by again. We have an elite. We have a loyalty. We have a loyalty sometimes that's very by default. You know what I'm saying? We just have a default loyalty in a sense. But yo, if you think she's gonna do anything specifically for our community, you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. So he said, "Oh man," he's like, "Hell no, she not." He said, "Hell no, she not." I'm just saying, man. You know. So what I'm saying is, so this is the question: why is it even an issue? Why is it? Why is her ethnicity, complexion, and anything even an issue? It's because race is used to bait votes. Race is used to bait votes, man. Race and circumstances are used to bait votes. If you are black or whatever, or you're a minority and you feel like you're not being appreciated in this country, or if you're in impoverished situations and you lack money and you lack resources, that is the best campaign they can use to win your vote. I'll do this for you. I'll do that for you. It's a game. I keep telling y'all it's a game, man. Kamala made an issue to benefit her. She knows black people don't rock with her. We don't even know who she is for real. The only thing we do know about her is that she put a lot of innocent men in jail, and she put a lot of men in prison for non-violent crimes for a long time. And she did something else in a case where she released a known murderer. Released him out of prison, exonerated him, and then he went right back because he did something else goofy. So listen to me. Listen to me very clearly. We know these facts for sure. We know these facts. And you can go more in depth in them if you want to. But we know these facts to be evident. Since we talked about evidence today. We know these facts to be evident. So let me tell you something. It's all good. But yo, I it is what it is. So I don't really agree. I don't care about her ethnicity, race. I don't care about none of that. I care about this right here. Let me say something. Let me show you something real quick. Because this was a statement that was made earlier in the chat that needs some recognition. My baby, Chill, said, all I will say is that people should make an informed decision when they vote. It's not about feelings. Thank you. Thank you. This is thank you. Just make an informed decision. That's it. That is it. I think we're all saying the same thing in different ways. But and make an informed decision. When you do anything, even when you're voting, when you're getting into a relationship, when you're trying to get married, when you want to go on vacation, when you want, especially out of state, out of country, just be informed when you make your decision. That's it. That is all. I don't care if you orange, bro. I don't care if you're yellow. I don't care if you're green. I need to be informed. I need to be informed. I'm not stuck in that thing, man, that machine thing. I'm not stuck in that. I need to know what you're about. I don't care what you could be a bush of grass. What are you about, bush of grass? Okay. I need to know what my bush of grass is about. That's all. Obama said Obama did. He passed laws to protect a certain community, and so did Biden. What community? What community is that? What community is that? Abundance said, yep, I work in a California prison system. She definitely did that. Oh, yeah, she threw some people in jail for craziness. Absolutely. All right, let me go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and finish up.
Based on identity politics. You should never vote for somebody because
so Obama's wrong.
Black, right? Yeah, Obama's wrong. I mean, I didn't vote for him. I
love that.
Oh, Obama's wrong. Yeah, Obama's wrong. Yeah, so
we all agree.
But no, we don't all agree though, because I don't think though. I think Obama's wrong for several reasons in that video. But Obama's not arguing that you should vote for Kamala Harris because she's Black. He's arguing you should vote for them because you're Black. In other words, she best represents your interests. If I were running right, and if I'm a Green Party member, right?
That's not what he was
I haven't
saying.
Voted Democrat.
He was playing the race card. He was playing a skin color card. He was saying if you are Black, you have a duty to vote for the Black candidate.
You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I just wish Piers would just let the man finish, though. I mean, I'm not in total agreement with him or Candace or whatever, but let people finish, man. Dang. Like, let this guy finish, bro. It's ridiculous.
If you are Black, you have a duty to vote for the Black candidate.
Yes.
You don't.
Listen,
as Lord Jamar rightly said in his furious rant about it, why? Why should he be told who to vote for?
Okay, first of all, Piers, again, you just said I'm bringing in the race card when the question you asked me was, should Obama be telling people to vote for people because they're Black?
I said Obama played the race card, not you. I said Obama did.
Oh, then I misheard you. I apologize. I misheard you. I'm wrong. You're right. So to the point, Obama is saying that Black people, again, I disagree with him, but let's disagree with him for the right reason. He's saying that as Black people, vote your interest. Don't reject this person. As a Black person, you should vote for the person that uplifts the Black community. That's her. And don't let your patriarchy, don't let your hatred of women, don't let your this make you not do it. My issue with it is it frames Black people and Black men in particular as pathological and people who act against their interests and acts as if Black men don't. Also, it's ahistorical. Black men actually do vote Democrat. I argue more than they should. So I think it's wrong for lots of reasons. I disagree with Jamar, though, my brother. Calling her, and again, I heard a bleep. I've been in the hood a long time. From that context, it sounded like you were calling her the B word. I couldn't see it, but I heard it. I'm not going to vote for that. Bleep sounded like the B word. I can't imagine a circumstance where we need to call her that. You know, in real life and in music, and there's just no reason for that. She doesn't deserve that any more than she deserves to be told that she's not qualified to run a Dunkin' Donuts. Those types of comments, I think, are unnecessary, even if you might agree that Black people shouldn't be sheep. How does she disrespect you?
By placating to me, by giving me word salads and all kind of nonsense, acting like she doesn't have to answer questions, being the artful dodger. That's very disrespectful.
You think she deserves to be called a B for that?
Well, listen, first of all, the platform I was on was a different kind of platform. You know what I mean? It's a much looser platform. It's more hip hop orientated. And if she wants to get down, act like she's Black, well.
She is black,
People get
man. She
called
is black.
niggas
That's the
and
other piece.
bitches.
I don't want to
She's
interrupt
not
Candace.
black.
I know
She's
Candace got
not
stuff to
black.
say.
She's
I want to hear
She's not
Candace.
black.
I'm sorry. She is
First
black,
of all, let me
and you're
just
being
clear
and
two
you're being
things. She's not
particularly
black.
hypocritical, bro.
She's not
Bro, you're
black.
being
Hang
real
on.
hypocritical.
Let me clear two things up. First of all, Piers, you had a guest on named VJ or something that said I never voted or something like that. I don't know where he pulled that out his ass from, but yes, I have
Glad you
voted
had, yeah.
before. I actually voted for Obama the first time around. I got caught in that nonsense. But also, that comment that you're showing me was not in response to what Obama said. I said that prior to Obama coming out trying to be the father of, you know, black men and all this type of stuff.
Right.
But it was it sounded like it went with it.
It did, yeah.
But in response, listen, Barry, you're not our father, and we're not going to just you're not going to shake the finger of condemnation at us and think that you're going to shame us into doing what you want. We're not, you know, we're waking up as black people right now, and we're thinking for ourselves, and we're not just going along with the Democratic Party. First of all, I'm a registered independent, so don't act like I'm waving the Republican flag. But when it comes to leadership and all this type of thing, I don't see why we're trying to give this woman a promotion. She had one job, which was the border. She failed at that. They kept her in the background this whole time. I saw what they were going to do with her from the beginning, and I don't feel that she's the one. I'm sorry.
And by the way, you are absolutely
no more.
And Lord Jamar, you are perfectly entitled. I want to bring in Candace, who's been waiting patiently. I mean, Candace, this whole sort of premise, and I'm glad Lord Jamar clarified he said that before Obama spoke, although his answer clearly would have been exactly the same. The response would have been the same, because it's all part of the same thing, which is this sort of weird thing, which frankly is quite racist. There's another way to look at it, that you should judge according to your skin color and feel a duty, a compulsion to do so, seems to me to be racist.
It is fundamentally racist, and it's something that I think Black people are right to be upset about. And then there's also this. You are correct to say that there's nothing about Kamala Harris or Barack Obama, for being frank, that is Black. I covered this on my show yesterday, went through Barack Obama's history. There is something that is very cartoonish about them working to Blackify a politician before they run for office. And what I mean by that is, like, Barry Soetoro, first 8 years of his life grew up in Indonesia. Okay. Then he was with his white mother and his Indonesian stepfather. He then went to Hawaii, which had a population of just 5,000 Black people. 86% of them were in the military, and attended a school that is $31,000 per year. And it was all white people. He was raised by his white grandparents, the Dunhams. He's never lied about this, by the way. He then went off to college and had a white dorm mate, dated a white woman. There's nothing about Barack Obama's history that gives him, in my viewpoint, like the stepping ground to be talking to the brothers about the Black American experience. If you've ever even been to Hawaii, it doesn't even feel like America. Genuinely, it feels like we took this country from an Asian country, took this state from an Asian country. And so when you realize that, and you see how right before they run, suddenly the story changes. They drop a book and they work to Blackify themselves. Obama didn't know his father, his Kenyan father, growing up, and now all of a sudden he wants to lean into this stereotype. To me, it feels like they're both wearing blackface. I can't sort through all of Kamala's various accents. There's so many of them. She's in front of a Latina crowd. Suddenly she's Selena, you know, and she's speaking like a Latina. And then she's in front of a Jamaican crowd and she's dropping mon. You know, I can't deal with it. It is way too much Hollywood acting for me. Then she's got the black accent going and girl, what are you talking about? She's in front of a white crowd. She's speaking like a California Valley girl. I don't trust it. Yeah, I just do not trust somebody that slips that quickly through so many personalities. There's nothing about her upbringing, extraordinarily wealthy. Just she was sworn in Congress as an Indian American. Her mother is Indian. She grew up with an Indian experience and was proud of that until she ran for office for president of the United States. And that is something that I am not comfortable with. I do not accept this narrative that she should be speaking about herself as a Black woman. It's not okay, and I fully reject it.
Okay, Mark, I just want to play you a quick clip from Kamala Harris talking to Roland Martin, listing all the reasons Trump is dangerous for Black people. I'll get your response.
He is not looking out for folks when he was a landlord and would not rent to Black families.
What?
Sued for it. When he took out a full page ad in the New York Times against those 5 teenagers Black and Latino
Saying they
who
should
were
get the death penalty.
innocent,
Yep.
saying they should be executed, the Central Park Five. When you look at the first Black president of the United States, and he had birther lines, and now you look at Black immigrants, legal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, and he gets on a debate stage and says they're eating their pets. Come on, this man is dangerous.
And my question, Mark, is simply
Her
this.
family owned
If he's
slaves.
so dangerous to Black people, why is it that his popularity is growing, particularly with Black men, and Kamala Harris is falling from where it was with Joe Biden, who was white?
Well, I think part of it is because of the steady disinformation and misinformation campaign. Again, I am a critic of Kamala Harris. I'm literally watching her co-sign and underwrite as vice president and on the campaign trail a vicious genocide in Gaza. I ain't got no time to support or defend Kamala Harris on a lot of issues. I think there's a very practical, pragmatic reason to vote for her, and that is to say, I don't want Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people.
That's the problem. See, there it is right there, man. It's the lesser of the two evils. So because I don't want this person, I just pick this person. That's Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Dog. Oh my God, man. Let me put my hat on. Let me keep my hat on, dog. Let me keep my hat on. Oh. Oh my God. You blatantly know that this person don't have any policy that's related to anything at all. like to the extent of what we experienced with Donald Trump as the president. He was already the president. They talking about, oh, your fundamental rights gonna be disbarred and all this kind of stuff. Your fundamental rights gonna be when? What fundamental rights that you have that I don't have that needs this? Like, seriously, what is it that you can't do that you couldn't do in 2019, 2020, 2018, 2021, whatever, 2017? You've been doing the same thing you've been wanting to do since you've been wanting to do it. Jesus Christ. And you had more money in your pocket. I know you had more money in your pocket. I'm in IT. I know y'all had more jobs because I was giving y'all the computers for y'all jobs. I know you had more jobs. I know you had more jobs. A lot of remote jobs. Yes. I know. It just in my company that I was working at the time alone, we was already shipping out hundreds and thousands of computers for brand new jobs. Like, I know there were new jobs created. Jeez. Y'all like, this man never been a president before. Like, come on, man. And it doesn't matter who the president is. In any presidency, you've been doing whatever you wanted to do since you've been wanting to do it. Since you've been wanting to do it. You have had as much freedom as you've always wanted. No one is not being free here. No one's fundamental rights is being taken. Like, so many jobs, man. So many different things have been created. So much so to the point where now they're doing hybrid. After COVID, now they're doing hybrid. You can come in the office if you want to. If you don't have to. You can work from home and come in the office if you want to. Like, come on, man. Let's just stop it. Let's just stop it. We are like when he was the president, it just went all the way to hell. We done had other presidents before him that did way worse. Bush daddy, Clinton, all of them. They all it's a game. I must say this till it's a game, man. They play you like they play us like we don't know what we're looking at. It's like, dude, I know what I'm experiencing. What is it? What specific thing that people can't do now that they could do before? And what women? Please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me what specific thing women cannot do now that they couldn't do before. Give me, please. I really want to know this. I need to know this. I need to know this. I would love to know this. I would love to know this. What thing? Because I see women doing whatever they want. Women do whatever they want to do. Women do whatever they want to do. Even if it's at the expense of someone else, they can do it. Just like if a man did something at the expense of someone else. So please tell me the specific thing that women cannot do. Just tell me. Give me one thing. Abundance said, I'm still thugging. She said, I'm still thugging, though. Abundance is crazy, man. Abundance is crazy. She said, I'm still thugging, though. I mean, what is it? And when did that happen? When did it start? I hear women saying all the time, this ain't the 50s and the 60s. I ain't gotta stay home, cook, clean, blah, blah. Okay, cool. You can do whatever you want. Legit, you can do whatever you want now. So give me something that you can't do. Have their own sport bathroom, their own sport, WNBA. Bathroom, you still got your own bathrooms. Stop it. You had a few outlier issues that happened because Roe v. Wade abortion is still in existence. It's just not federal. It's still in the states. If you live in a state that does not support abortion, that's your state. Roe v. Wade went back to the states. It wasn't eradicated. It went back to the states. So Roe v. Wade is not an issue. There are women still getting abortions. Certain states, you can still get an abortion, though. Women was getting abortions before Roe v. Wade. Women were getting abortions in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, and 60s, way before Roe v. Wade. So you can still do that. You can do whatever you want. As a matter of fact, you got OnlyFans. You could be executives. You can do whatever you want to do. Whatever you put your mind to, you can do it. Tallywhackers using the bathroom is not a state or federal issue. It's an issue with that particular establishment. Nothing. There is no unisex law that transgenders or any other person, a man that's trying to be a woman that's trying to be a man, or man trying to be a woman, can be in any other bathrooms. That's a policy between that particular establishment. I know what y'all talking about. I've seen those videos too. It ain't law. So give me something else. And I knew this was going to be it. Roe v. Wade. Everybody loved to go to this. It was a federal issue. It went back to the state. As a matter of fact, Roe v. Wade was established because the Supreme Court justice was more Republican. As a matter of fact, if you go look at when Roe v. Wade was passed in the Supreme Court, most of the Supreme Court justices that voted for it were Republicans. Go look it up. Fact check me if you want to. Give me something else. Thank you. So give me something else. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. Y'all always do whatever y'all want to do. Always have been. So not true. I live in Indiana. That's not true. That is not true. I live in Indiana. As a matter of fact, Indiana is the staple of the safe haven law. You can actually, not only can you do this, not only can you do this here in Indy, but also if you have the baby and it's safe and or not safe, you can put it inside of a box next to a police officer station or a fire department. It's called the safe haven law. The safe haven law started right here in Indianapolis. So yes, you can. Yes, you can. It is. It's not as simple as just abortion. Emergency care falls under that. And if you're in a state that doesn't allow and surrendering ones, then you are fudged. Well, hello. That's your state. Again, it all goes back to the state. Again, that's your state that you're talking about. That's not federal law. There is no federal abortion anymore. You're talking about specific states. It went back to the states. The states determined that, not federal law. So you're fudged in your state. And it don't just affect abortion. It also affect your decision making. Stop. Choose better. Stop having sex with men and doing all this kind of stuff, and then you in these positions. Stop doing it. That's another part too that we don't want to talk about, and we're scared to talk about, but I'm not scared today. Give me something else. Y'all still can do what y'all want to do. Okay, well then stop. But then let's stop OnlyFans. Let's stop OnlyFans. Okay. To tell someone they can't have an abortion, even at the state level, is stupid. It also affects birth control. Yeah, that's part of the politics. That's part of the politics. Why have birth control in the first place if you know what you're doing? If you know who you're choosing, if you know who you're doing your thing with, why even have it in the first place? So telling someone they can have an abortion on the federal level is not stupid, but state level makes no sense. Come on, Miss 2T's. You know we rock out better than this now. Come on now. Hey, Abundance said, as a woman who work in an established that's 80% men, honestly, I haven't felt anything. I'm still beating my chest acting up. I know y'all don't like me today. Women need birth control for other besides. I understand that, but we're talking about sex. We know what it is. Most abortions since the beginning of Roe v. Wade, and there's been over 70 million of them, and most women have had more than 2 abortions by the same men, has been related to sexual intercourse, has not been related to anything else. When it comes to sexual intercourse, majority of the abortions came by consent. Not by health reasons or by other reasons that's asymmetrical, like rape and other things. I'm just saying. So if you look at abortion very closely, it is a lot deeper than just the sex part, which I understand, but the majority, 80 to 85%, maybe 90%. Over the years have been due to the fact that people have enjoyed themselves and did some stuff with other people. A lot of women have had to get those abortions based on having sex with the same guy and getting pregnant more than once, knowing that you didn't want to deal with that guy, or you didn't want to deal with the situation that came with it, so you made a decision. And you wanted to make that decision, and that's fine. But to say that now that it's on a state level is stupid, it makes no sense. You had it at a federal level. So now it pushes you to go into a deeper place than just having to do whatever you wanted to do. Right, the state senators, right. Well, I won't blame the states, those state senators. Exactly. This is the reason why you should vote for people that's better qualified in your state. That's all it was. While they're married, I understand that these are exceptions to the rule. These are not the majority. The majority of the time that women are getting abortions is not because they are married and having infections. It's not. Stop it. Stop doing it. Come on now. Y'all not going to play me like that tonight. I'm not going to play me like that tonight. It's not about control over a woman's body. It's about control over your own body. This is policy. We're talking about politics right now. Ain't nobody trying to control your body. This is about your body. It's about what you do with it. So you want to just do whatever you want with it, and then everybody, and then all the taxpayers pay the price for it. Okay. I don't know about that. It's affecting emergency care that can be a life or death situation. I understand all that. That is not the majority of the time that abortions are being used. That's not the majority of the time. That's not. Majority of the time abortions are being used is because you did your business with the wrong guy again and did not want to deal with it. Now that's the truth. And even statistics back this up. This is not my opinion. Abortions are covered under emergency situations. Come on. So again, what rights do women have that nobody else has? What is it that women can't do that anybody else can do? That's not all it is. It's affecting other aspects of women's health. It wouldn't be an issue if it was left alone. The numbers and the issues say differently. Most of the time, when a woman is getting an abortion, it's not because she has a health complication. It's not. That's an exception. That's an outlier. I understand those things, but that's not the majority. If 100 people are outside and they're getting shot by a gun and 80 people die, but 10 people get killed by a knife, the knife ain't the issue. It's the person with the gun. You want to make exceptions the whole rule for everybody, which is what Roe v. Wade did. He said, okay, you know what? Let's give it back to the states and y'all handle it accordingly. And depending on your state, we'll let you know what abortion covers. Miss Two T's, I got you. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about that. I understand that. There are exceptions to all rules. What I'm telling you is that politicians, they don't care about the exceptions. They care about the rule. The rule is that out of the 70 to 80 million abortions over the years in the 70s to now, it's been because you just wanted to do it because the person that you did it with you didn't think they was qualified. You didn't want it. It didn't have anything to do with complications. Yes, there are some complications and things that happen with women when it comes to pregnancy. You are considered high risk. There are a lot of women that are high risk at a certain age. You're automatically high risk at a certain age. If you're trying to have a baby at 40, 45 years old, you're high risk. It's called generic pregnancy. And if you are in a generic stage of your life and you're having unprotected sex with people because you're free and single to do whatever you want to do, then you end up getting pregnant. Then you want Roe v. Wade. Then you want all these things. That's what they're talking about. But there is no right. There are no privileges or rights that you don't have that no other man have. You can do whatever you want to do. It's your decision. It's your life. You can make whatever choice you want for your life. You don't have to be subject to what the law says. You can do it for yourself. You wouldn't have to put yourself in no position if you thought about the consequence first. If you're in a situation where you're married, where you got that going on with your husband, that's different. I'm not talking about that. That's not the majority of the people that's having issues. Care about your own life before you believe the government to care about your life. I don't trust the government to care about me. I don't trust politics to care about me. I don't trust certain policies to care about me. I have to care about myself. I have to care about myself. I'm not trusting that. I don't care about nobody. I said geriatric. I thought I said geriatric. Well, I meant geriatric pregnancy. My bad. My fault, Chloe. Chloe, like Negro generic, not generic, geriatric. All right, geriatric. That's what I thought I said. I thought I said that a few times, but okay. All right. But that's what you got to do. You got to care about yourself. And I don't care about Roe v. Wade. I don't care. Listen, let me tell you something. Affirmative action. Affirmative action is another thing. Who cares? Do what's good for you. Do what's good for you. You wouldn't even have to think about abortion or anything if you did what's right for yourself. Yes, pick better. We all have to. We all have been through this. What you mean? Wow. Yes. We have to pick better. We have to do better for ourselves. You know this dude is no good rascal. You date him for a year, you give him all the buns, you give him all the milk for free without you do all of that. And then next thing you know, you're like, I can't believe this happened. All the signs was there. That's what I'm telling everybody to do better. Men too. Men too. This is a us thing. This ain't no just one thing. But the conversation that we're having was about women. Somebody in the chat talked about women. Women not having rights like men. And that's not true. That's what it was. I wasn't trying to go this way. Yes, the buns. The abundance. The buns was in the abundance, okay? For a year. And then all of a sudden you like, I can't believe that Reggie was a creep. Yes, he's been a creep. He was a creep when you met him. Now you want to do all this other stuff. Like, yeah, come on now. I mean, at some point, we got to think about this. What you mean I don't care about Roe v. Wade? Okay, man. Here we go. Of course you don't care about Roe v. Wade. Don't don't expect you to, because I'm a guy. Here go genderism. Now because I'm a guy, I don't care about Roe v. Wade. Look at KP. I thought my BM was a good pick until we separated, and now she's a whole different person. Come on now. So we got to do, this is a collective effort is what I'm talking about. I've been through things as well, man. Are you kidding me? Shoot. I wish I would have had somebody tell me certain things. Absolutely. So if the state decide, the state decide. It didn't take away women's rights, is what I'm saying. It did not take away the right of a woman. It gave the right to the states, and they decided. That's what it was. That's what it was. But Roe v. Wade is a whole thing, and this is another talking point that is used all the time. Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade. Man, I'm telling you, you wouldn't even if never mind, I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's continue, man. Let's finish this out, man.
People are making that choice, but the people who are not are often being fed misinformation, including what's just been said by my dear colleagues here and you, Piers. You cracking it up, but a lot of it is just not true. And I'm just gonna say it real fast. First. I didn't say you said it. I said what they said. So first, the question of qualification. First, Jamar said again, she only had one job in this border. That's just not true, right? That's not the only.
She was the border czar.
Vice president's lots of jobs.
And now
I'm disagreeing with the claim that she had one job, not that she didn't have that job.
She was given specific responsibility for the border, and now everyone's rushing to pretend she wasn't. The same people who literally called her the border czar on liberal shows.
I'm not disagreeing with that point.
They didn't.
Okay.
What other public job
did
she have? Like, they kept her in the background for a reason, for a very long time.
Who's the president pro tem? Who's the president pro tem of the Senate? President pro tem of the Senate? Kamala Harris. Right. Who's the domestic policy advisor? Kamala Harris. I can name 10 things that she does other than that, but I don't want to make it about that. My point is that there's lots of reasons to criticize Kamala Harris, but to frame her as unqualified.
Okay.
Again,
that's a fair point. She's not unqualified.
She's qualified.
Okay.
You just might think she's going to make the wrong choices. My next point that she's not black. The next point that she's not. Let me talk about her blackness.
Now, Marco, jump in. We run out of time. Candace has to go.
Is the biggest point.
Okay, go on, make your big point quickly.
Let's talk about her blackness, please. Talk about the black experience.
Real quick. Two quick points.
Quick,
Mark, quick, because Candace has to go.
The blackness point is what's crazy here to me, right? First of all, the idea that she puts on, they're not personalities, they're codes, and black people code switch from place to place. Wait till you hear me talk to my accountant later. Wait till you hear me talk to my agent later. Like, yo, why'd you put me on Piers? Just kidding. Wait till I talk to the people at the local soul food spot. They all gonna be different. Wait till I say peace to the gods and earths in New York. It's gonna be a different conversation. Black people talk differently. When someone says that's my aunt, they're not lying because they don't have shared blood. Black people call people auntie. That's fictive kinship. That is blackness. Going to Howard is a black experience. Pledging AKA is a black experience. And lastly, Jamar, for somebody who is a 5%er who believes that, and I respect your belief, but to believe that the black man is the Asiatic black man, to make it the owner of the cream of the planet Earth, the father of the civilization, the God of the universe, who came from North America by himself from Saudi Arabia, you believe that person is black, but somebody who went to Howard ain't? Come on, bro.
Okay, I'm going to leave the final word to Candace before we have to end. Candace, what's going to happen on November the 5th?
Well, since
under 3
code
weeks away.
switching is normal, since code switching is normal in the black community, Piers, I'm going to
your boy Mark just dropped the mic on him. Let's go.
speak to you like this, because this would be totally normal if I put on a UK accent. And it's been
I know where you get that from, because you're married to a Brit.
Thank you so much for thank you so much for having me, and I can't wait to run for president and just put on a different accent every time I speak to someone else.
That's a perfect way to end it. Lord Jamar, Marc Lamont Hill, and Candace Owens, thank you all very much indeed. I appreciate it.
Yo, interesting conversation, man. Shout out to the panel, man. All right, yeah, she is annoying, man. She is annoying at times for sure. But we had a very interesting conversation, man. I'm glad that we was able to have a dialogue without everybody hating me for a second. But if you do hate me, it's all good. You know, it is love. Definitely want to shout out everybody that's in the chat right now. And yo, so what do y'all think about it? I did drop the link, man. I'm gonna drop it one more time, just in case somebody want to come on up and then holler at your boy real quick. I don't want to leave that opportunity behind. But if you wanna come through, and again, my channel is a little different, man. Like, we gonna have some fun, absolutely. But we definitely going to have some hard conversations. All right. Like, I'm not going to shy away from hard conversations. And so, you know, it means a lot of these conversations that we have means way more to me than what that meets the eye. And so there's some things that I know and experience and fact and things of that nature that that is definitely something that we need to talk about. All right. Go ahead and click the link. This is the link right here. Go ahead and click the link if you want to come on through and come up and talk to your boy real quick. We can have a nice dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Have a nice dialogue about y'all seeing my batteries, you know, all the batteries and things like that. This is my little office, little baby office area, man. You know, Natasha said, I don't hate you. I like those conversations. It's healthy to have hard conversations. Absolutely. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Natasha. Thank you. Thank you. Even Chill said it's all love, Tay Biz. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We gotta have these conversations, man, because you know what's so funny about conversations, especially conversations about abortions and things like that, is that a lot of people don't think men care about it. we absolutely do. we care about it way more than what you think. We just express it differently, and I think that may cause a little bit of a stir, but we definitely think about this and we definitely talk about this, man. So yo, KP, man, what's going on, man? You said the camera is blocking you. I don't see you in the studio right now. But again, if you want to just have the hard and again, I'm 100% in just like listening and want to understand what everybody think. I'm into it. I'm definitely into it, man. There you go. There you go. Where the camera at so I can see you real quick. Where's the camera so I can get a chance to see you. Hopefully you click allow. Yeah, hopefully you click allow with this particular with your, I don't know if you're using your phone or your iPhone or anything like that. KP is KP's in the studio, but I just can't see him. That's all. I just can't see him. Steph said I'm bad like I never left. We had a hard conversation, Steph. We had a hard conversation, you know, but it was good though. It was cool. I was a little bit passionate. I gotta admit, I got passionate. You know what I'm saying? Got passionate. I appreciate Chloe and I appreciate Miss 2T's for sure. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all still keep me on my toes with it. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely appreciate it. I have my strong opinions. I am human. I do have my strong opinions. Chloe said, Tebiz, did you see what I said? I didn't say you didn't care, but because you were a guy. I said it because you just said it like a minute before that. Right. I was referencing the fact that when it comes to, well, let's have a conversation. If you want to come up, let's come up because hey, Miss 2T said I ain't like you for like 3 minutes, dog. I ain't like you for 3 minutes, my boy. My boy, you was good. Then I didn't like you for 3 minutes, dog. Dang. That's crazy. She's Myra said that's okay. It was a great conversation. Thank you, Myra. I hope you subscribe to the channel and rock with us, okay? Because I'm coming live probably Wednesday night. I'm coming live Wednesday. Wednesday, we're gonna talk about this new grand jury witness for the Sean Diddy Combs trial, man. You know what I'm saying? She said about good 3 minutes. Come on, I got love for you though, Miss 2T. You know I got love. You know I got love, man. You know I ain't like that, man. You know I'm not that insensitive like that, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, every now and again I got hey. But no, it's not that I don't care about Roe v. Wade in that instance. It's the fact that when it comes to the way it is now, certain instances and exceptions, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? We got to have exceptions and things like that, but the exceptions don't always create a rule. And that's the thing. It's like, again, that's why I use the analogy about the majority, just to try to explain where I was coming from. When you have a majority of people with certain things, with one particular thing, I would say altogether, then you're gonna make changes. We went through that with COVID. You know what I'm saying? Where the COVID was an exception at one point. It was called SARS back in the early 2000s. SARS, right? It was called SARS back in the early 2000s. All of a sudden, it became COVID-19, and it was like boom, boom. So now, because of that, what they do? Hey, let's get a vaccine together. Let's go do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So that's what it is. It's like sometimes you got to look at things from a more broader perspective when it comes to issues, opposed to like, oh, I don't care because I'm being dismissive and I don't want to think about it. That's a little bit different. So yeah, I was. What was the context of what I was saying? When I said I don't care about Roe v. Wade, I was talking about the law itself. Like, it's over. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's over. Like, it's to the states. I don't care about it. It's over. No one should. It's over. It's done. You can't do anything about it. That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Not the fact that I don't care about it, and the fact that it has something to do with certain issues. Those certain issues, those small, those outlier issues, like women's health and things of that nature, those things, that's not what I'm saying I don't care to. So that's what I'm talking about. But the law itself, it means nothing. It was a political ploy, is what I'm saying. Like I've been saying all day, it's a game. They use this to do this right here, what we're doing. You know, have disagreements about something that even they don't care about. Even they don't care about it. Like I'm just not getting caught up in the whole wave of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Man, Kiss and Pink, man. I still can't see you, my boy. They would need to connect their mic and cam. So are you able to are you able to allow your mic and cam to be available? Because I'm pretty sure when you come into the studio, right? SARS. I said SARS. Chloe is on my head tonight, dog. I said SARS. I said it was called SARS back then, man. It says it's allowed. Okay, if it says it's allowed, then I should be able to bring you up. I still can't bring you up though. Try to go back out and what are you trying to use? Are you trying to use your iPad or your laptop or your phone? Like, let me know what you're trying to do so that way we can get to you, man. Look at Steph. Let me see my man on screen. Oh my god. What kind of laptop you got, man? You got a Mac or you got a Dell or HP, Windows? What you got, man? Chloe said, but the issue with it is not about cost of it. That's what they want people to think. That's true. I feel that. Got a Lenovo, so you definitely got Windows. Go to your settings in your Lenovo. Go to what you got, Windows 10 or 11? Let me know. Well, anyway, you should be able to go to your settings and go to whatever your browser setting is, and go to what you will allow. What if you allow camera or whatever like that? You should be able to manipulate that. So you should be able to go to settings and go to your devices, or you should go to your camera settings and things like that when it comes to devices and things like that under your browser, and you should be able to default your settings. So you can default your camera, you can default your audio and things like that. So let me know if that works for you. I hope I'm explaining that correctly for you. Anybody else want to jump on in? Come on in. You see that it is, the link is in the chat. Let me go ahead and do it again. All right, let me go ahead and do it again. Put the link in the chat so people can come on up and talk to you, boy. We can have a little conversation, man. I know one thing for sure, two things for certain. I have not even pinned it to my own channel. So let me do that too. All right. So that way we can. Uh-oh. Nope. See. Give me 1 second, you guys. He's having to restart after I set the settings. Okay, no problem, man. We got time. We got good time. We got some good time. We got some good time. Let me go ahead. Okay, I pinned it to the chat. The link. Oh, Chloe. Oh, this is what it's been about all night. I'm messing with you. Of course you are. Of course you are. Of course you are. Of course. It's all good. You ain't gonna do me. You can't, like your boy Sherman said, like your boy Buddy Love said, you can't beat me, Sherman. You can't beat me. You can't beat me. No, you can't beat me. Would iPad be easier? I'm not sure, bro. I think if you use iOS, it should be, because it'll give you, once you click the link, it should give you the ability to log in with your information really fast, and I think it should be able to allow you to be on camera. So you should be good. You should be good. So try that. Let me know. I will be in the studio watching. Is any other brave soul ready to come on up and talk to your boy? Hello. I am here. I am here. I am here. I'm actually staying longer than expected. Normally, I'll be watching football right now. But this conversation has stirred my curiosity. It has stirred my curiosity, and I'm just curious as how everyone is thinking and everything like that. I still can't see Kiss of Pink, man. I still can't see you, man. I can't add you to the studio. It says they will need to connect again. So try it again for me, man. If you can. Try it again for me if you can. How do y'all feel about some of you? I know how some of y'all feel about Candace Owens. But what about Marc? What about Marc Lamont Hill? I mean, he was making some good points too. He was being very semantic-ish as well. He was trying to, I think the issue was that he was trying to have the dialogue like they expected, opposed to just saying what he really wanted to say. And he was being very specific and using semantics and things like that. And it kind of came off as if he wasn't articulate enough to actually commute his point. But he was. I think his point was very valid in certain things, you know. And they was trying to put they definitely trying to put words in his mouth for sure. So, but definitely he did a good job on the panel. You know, there were some things that Candace Owens said that was, you know how she is. But I think he did a very decent job with that particular panel in that discussion. Yeah, that was a very interesting thing here that he did. Get in there, Steph. Be good. You see, I was like, come on in there. Come on, Steph. I'll holler for what? Come on, Steph, you want to come on up? You want to come on up, Steph? To me, you suck at conversation. Let's talk. What you mean? We ain't gonna play no. I ain't gonna play no word games on you. You know that. I ain't like that. Come on up here. Come on up here. Anybody. Give me a couple more minutes here. Let me see something, man. I saw. So again, the video that I dropped over the weekend was about Courtney Burgess. There is the podcast that he was on that got him subpoenaed to the federal court. I found the podcast, and we gonna go live about it and talk about that, because he claims a lot of stuff, man. He claims a lot of stuff. Miss 2T says, Tay, do you remember the video with Lamar and the 3 other black anchors, and they were laughing about the cheese factory? Please find that on YouTube. You talking about the Lord Jamar and 3 other black anchors? No, can you? I don't know. I didn't see that. If you can email it to me. If not, then I'll try to find it. Okay, I'll try to find it. I'll try to use some keyword searches and find it. Okay, but that's interesting. That's very that's very interesting as well. Okay, all right. Chloe said the other dude was just angry and sounded like he copy and pasted his thoughts from Truth Social. Oh my God! Of course. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Chloe can't stand Donald Trump. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. Which is fine with me, man. A lot of people can't, so I ain't mad at it. I ain't really mad at it. True. So yeah, because Trump is on True Social like hard, like he's on there hard, like. And it's not a good idea that he. It's not a good idea that he post his own stuff. Like I would, if I was a PR, I'd be like, no, stop, like now. See, I meant to type Marc Lamont Hill. So Marc Lamont Hill was on the panel with these guys about the Cheesecake Factory situation. Tasha said, I don't like Lord Jamar at all. Yeah, Lord Jamar, man, he's a very acquired taste, man. Like he has a very raw aspect about his presentation. However, there are times where he says something that is very factual that I can appreciate. But when it comes to his overall thing, I'm like, oh, I'm not really a big fan. You know what I'm saying? That's his name, Lord Jamar. Yeah, that's really his rap name from Brand Nubian back in the days. Steph JK said, I can't wait to vote tomorrow and move on. If Donnie or Kamala call me one more time, I'm getting the restraining order. Yo, they've been texting me like crazy, man. I feel you. Steph, I feel you, yo. They've been texting like crazy. That's real talk, though. All right, well, I see. I was waiting on my man Kissing Pink, man. And we won't be able to finish out with him on the panel. But hey, yo, next time, my boy, if you see this, man, next time we're gonna get it in, man. You're gonna come through. I'm gonna have you on the panel, all right? Chloe said, as a New Yorker, my disdain is authentic. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you not one bit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not mad at you not one bit. I appreciate you having a hard conversation and still rocking with your boy. Because this is what it's about. You know what I'm saying? This is definitely what it's about. So you know, sometimes we gotta have these conversations, hear what other people are saying, seeing if it makes sense or not. I mean, at least giving it thought. You know, the worst thing is to listen to not understand. That's the worst thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, in the meantime, in between time, man, I'm gonna go ahead and call it, man. I'm about to go ahead and get up out of here in a minute. I appreciate everybody in the chat, the new subscribers, the ones that's in the algorithm right now. We about to do some things, man. I'm gonna definitely get some more videos dropped. I'm gonna definitely be live this week. I think, like I said, I think we're gonna do the day after the election, which is tomorrow. I think we're gonna do Wednesday. We're gonna talk about this Courtney Burgess, man. He said some stuff on this other podcast that was kind of wild. I want to dissect into this, man, with y'all. You know what I'm saying? But this your boy Tay Biz, man. I'm gonna get up out of here. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Thank you all so much for subscribing to the channel, for being a part of the Biz Nation. Everybody, while we do the outro, go ahead and put Biz Nation in the chat so that way everybody know who he is. This your boy Tay Biz, and I'm out. Peace.
I brought that with me. Case they get too iffy. Baby, don't stress, don't sweat it. Put it all on my daddy. Know how I'm coming. And they know what we had. Run around through that left side, low end. All of mine need more wins. If you got beef, don't come out. Cause my young hitter might go in. Uptown GN. Working all through my weekend. Hoping these don't show out. Cause all of my hitters too deep in. With the boy, I'm so ashamed. Ain't worried about long as my money and my green. Baby, I ain't got work tomorrow. Tell me what the business is. Ain't about no club hop. I'm trying to start some business. plan, these can't tell what they doing lately. And I'm way too clean, I'm Listerine, I thought they been knew it. All in my lungs, I got my red cup full of that Henny fluid. Young middle Mad Mac, I'm swinging that leg, I'm banging that do or die. And I ain't that bleedly before I get crucified. Living in my bloodline, this place in my family tree. How the they pressed, I did my best out of what they handed me. Straight out of that country, know my shawty dick as human air. And I need not mention no extensions, that's human